Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Alex and I'm coming to you live from Mshatu, Okakuyo and Juma waterholes today. And joining us as well is Ralph in Kariega, Lauren and Davie in Madikwe, and Andrew and Morgan in Amakala. It has already been quite a fantastic morning. Leopards, buffalo, ostrich. Really an action-packed start to Monday. So we have already hit the ground running, and I hope it's also been a good start to your Mondays as well. But please also do remember that this is a live and interactive experience. Please send me a question or let me know what you'd like to see or chat about today. This is your safari, and I'm happy that you're joining me on this live adventure through the African wilderness. And as you can see, we are joined here by many helmeted guinea fowl, and yesterday we actually had a jackal mobbing them as well. So we are just going to keep an eye out. Really huge numbers of guinea fowl here this morning. Really awesome to see. So who knows, they might attract something in. So we are just going to watch and see what goes on. And obviously we have our warthog coming through there as well. So really a busy start here. And obviously a busy start across the other locations as well this morning. So what a nice way to begin Monday. So before we do crack on and we do start to enjoy our Monday, we sadly do have an update on Juma clan, and that is the hyena clan in Juma. And unfortunately, a few evenings ago, Ali was with one of the hyena dens, and this is the Juma clan den, and the Mulwati male leopard showed up out of nowhere and attacked the hyenas. And this morning, Tess was able to follow up and checked on the cubs, and there are two that are injured, and Kira, the one cub, was injured with a head and back injury. So it is thought that this is a neurological injury. And some of the hyenas were seen to actually be digging up the cub. And we don't think it is going to make it. However, the other cub seems to have a leg injury and it should be okay. But from what Tessa can tell is that these adult hyena might leave Kira, the cub that has the neurological injury, or they might even speed up the process. So it is quite an heartbreaking moment for the viewers and also for the teams, and it's important that we do chat about these things as well, because it actually sadly forms part of the natural way of life, and it's important that we preserve the integrity of these habitats and wild areas that we're in. So as much as we do form attachments to these animals, and they obviously are very endearing, we do have to deal with these situations at times, and a lot of the time that comes down to high predator numbers in areas and competition. And because of this competition, we do have other predators that see the young of others as well as other predators as threats on their resources. So this is not an uncommon thing, unfortunately. It's very natural, but it can be very sad and disturbing as well. But as I said, it's important for us to be unbiased when we do watch these things, and we do engage in the natural world, because we do need to preserve and preserve its integrity. So this is a natural functioning part of an ecosystem or habitat, and these things do occur. And it's not only with predators, it can be with herbivores as well, and it also happens obviously across species too. So while it is very sad, it is very important that these things do happen, and natural selection is allowed to happen in these areas, because that is what really preserves the integrity of an area, habitat, or ecosystem. But from that bad news, we do currently have four lovely, actually there was a fifth wildebeest that did come through, and again, large flocks of guinea fowl. So it's great to see them here. They are always around the guinea fowl at least, and the wildebeest do come through. So just great to see them this morning, and they're off to a happy Monday, it seems. My pleasure, Ali. And if you do want to discuss anything further around that, very happy to obviously take you through and give insights about that. So as we watch these guinea fowl and wildebeest and the warthog here at the water, it's very important that we also touch base and see what is happening with the weather across all our locations today. So it does seem to be quite an overcast day across the locations. However, I do think this will burn off at some point and we will get higher temperatures. But that also could lead to some precipitation later, and this will be well welcomed. So we are holding thumbs that we will get some rain in some of the areas. But again, this should probably burn off at some point today and maybe then increase again this afternoon. So something to keep an eye on. Unfortunately, the weather can be a bit unpredictable in some of the areas and maybe a bit more sporadic. We are coming towards the rainy season, so we can expect this to increase going forward as well. So as these wildebeest decide to push off, it's time for us to push on to Andrew, who's got a very special hello for us this Monday morning.
Yes, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. Oh, it's been such a good morning so far. We've got some lions here. It's the 2 adult females and then the 1 male, and it's just great because we haven't seen lion in the last few days, and I know a lot of the safari truck vehicles are desperate for lions. And in fact, Morgan was the one that spotted this lioness. Oh, my name is Andrew. I have Morgan with me on camera, and we are ready to produce and have a good day with Escape to Nature. Okay, so we are seeing different types of behavior here. These females don't want much to do with this male, probably because one of the lionesses has already given birth to cubs, and she's not going to be in any condition to breed, not for at least 2 years at least. And so they're not showing any interest in him whatsoever. What I am going to do is I'm just going to cue a silent moment for you all, and you can just enjoy the sighting.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
let's just see what's going to happen here. She has cocked her ears back even further now. He's just behind the bush. I think he might have lied down. He could be standing still. Okay, there we go. A little bit of reaction. Okay, so she just had a go at him now. And every now and then you see her tail flicking up and down, so she is very agitated. Okay, there he is there. There's the third lioness, or the second lioness. Oh, he's stunning, isn't he? Andy, how's it going? Morning. Thanks for your comment there. It is very nice. It is very, very nice. When we woke up this morning, myself and Morgan, we have a cup of coffee together and we discuss the plans for the morning. And I did mention that I would love to spend some time with some lions and show them to you all. And Andy, just to let you know, it's been touch and go with lion sightings the last few drives. I know a lot of the safari trucks have been battling a lot with finding these lions. So all in all, the entire reserve is pretty happy that we've got visual here. Okay, this male lion is just rubbing his body against the bush there. This is a territorial thing. He's putting his smell on the bush. He's going to urine mark it. There we go. And this is also showing off his dominance towards these females over here. Just amazing how each pride of lions are totally different. If you look at this particular pride, it seems like these females don't want the male to get anywhere near the cubs, even though he's the father. Whereas other prides of lions I've seen, the male may spend copious amounts of time with the newborn cubs. But these two females are not having it. Roger. Yes, most definitely Roger. By smell, he is going to be able to identify that those are indeed his cubs. And if there was a second pride of lions on the reserve, you would find if there were cubs, then that male, he would know by smell that those are not his cubs, and he might harm those cubs. And but by smell, it is definitely the way that they are going to definitely affirm that he knows that those are his cubs. But it's interesting with coalitions, sometimes males form a coalition. I've seen 3 males in a coalition, and they actively mate with any female that is an eastern, and between the 3 males, they impregnate her. So you have mixed genetics, and between those 3 males, they're not going to know whose cubs belong to who. So it's going to be mixed genetics. Okay, so we do have some vehicles on the sighting with us currently. Perhaps you are hearing the vehicles just going around us. Yeah, we're still in the morning safari time, just towards the end of the morning safari time. And I think most of the vehicles were trying to aim to getting back to camp, but then we called in this lion sighting and they've all changed their plans now. So the guests are going to have a bit of a late breakfast this morning, but that happens and they don't mind, I'm sure. This is the first time I've seen this male with these females in about 2 weeks. I'm sure it's happened while we haven't been able to view, and the rest of the guides in the reserve haven't been able to view, but definitely the first time I've seen them in 2 weeks together. You'll notice that one lioness, her tail keeps on flicking every now and then, even though the male's facing us, and he's not even looking at them. So they're just reminding him that they are very agitated with him, and sort of he's going to make up his own mind not to go too closer to them, because they will climb into him and they will claw him and bite him. And he wants to try and avoid that because he doesn't want to scuff his ears or get his eye damaged. So most definitely not happy with him. Seems like they've crested over the top here. He's just going to mark that bush, it seems, and I'm pretty sure he's going to follow. I'm not sure where they're going to land up from here. Beautiful male lion. Look at him. He is ginormous. There's a good 200 kilograms there. Okay, I think our best bet now is to try and wrap around and relocate. But in the meantime, I think Rolf wants to say good morning to you all, so let's head off that way.
Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature, where we let the wildlife and the wilderness areas that they live in do the talking. Sometimes we talk a little bit in between as well. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I am at the Kariega Game Reserve, also in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, not too far from where Andrew is on Amakhala, but a little bit closer to the coast, and on the Kariega River as well as the Bushman's River. Bushman's River running through there at Amakhala. We have the best of both worlds here. And here we're watching this very good looking bull rhino. His ears are pricked up and he's looking in that direction because there is Tembi and her calf making their way in. Whoops, and I was looking at them and I missed him walking towards them. So we're going to see 3 of them shortly. He is showing a bit of interest. The wind was blowing straight towards him, so he's obviously smelt them because their eyesight isn't very good at all, but their smell is very, very good. And you see their tail up. I think he was marking a bit, spraying. It's generally what they do when they spot or smell other rhinos. Do the bulls. Sun is out, and what a beautiful scene it is making. There is a bit of rain due later on today, but I don't think it's anything like we've had in the last 3 days. It has been like a monsoon quagmire. But it's all good news because it has been very dry comparatively to what it normally is here in these parts with all year rainfall. So I think let's pan across slowly and I'll show you what he's looking at. Tembi and her calf look like they've been wallowing. So they've got a lovely, well, she has at least, looks like it. You'll see now. There they are. On her one side looks like she's full of mud. Probably be quite curious of me. They have been, but they're getting to know me because I look slightly different to the average game drive vehicle because I'm standing up in the back. It's a little bit strange for them. So Ian, white rhino generally aren't as aggressive as buffalo, no. And if we're just quiet, Ian, sorry, I'm just going to try and keep up with him. Let's listen. The little baby is calling. You may be able to hear it. Two-year-old baby, I must add. And I'm zoomed right out. Sorry, they're just moving into a difficult spot here. Just had to move around a little bit. Sorry about that. So white rhino not so aggressive like buffalo or like black rhino. baby contact calling with its mum. Let's just get this focus right. Sorry, they've been moving so much. So they're a little bit nervous of me, but the male is also approaching, so I think it's a bit of both. I walk just behind the vehicle, so I might go back onto the bull. Not quite past the vehicle yet, so let's just stay with him for a little bit. Try and get a photo. Tracy, I must agree with you, and to have them here right next to me, and being curious about me, is very special. I don't want to startle them in any way, just be as non-threatening as possible. I always try to talk in a nice low tone, nothing sharp or anything to frighten them in any way. Sometimes though I do, like when they lying next to me in the wallow, I may sometimes get up or just bump something by mistake and it just startles them. They jump up. It just shows how they can go from sleeping to alert very quickly. But this is how they sort of react even when you're on foot. Now, is it something that I said? Shame, I didn't mean to startle you. I think it's also the presence of that bull is making them a little bit nervous. They'll calm down. I'm pretty sure they want to go into this wallow that's not too far from where I'm parked. It's getting nice and hot now. That's what they've been doing. And it's not like I've gone into their space. I've been here the whole morning and they've come off from far off in the distance and come to me. And that's the way that I like doing things. I like trying to anticipate where animals may move and then going there and letting them come to me. I often do that with elephants as well. It puts you in the best position possible. Now they are just walking behind the vehicle, so I'm going to have to go back. Erica, their first line of defense, and normally what they do is run away. White rhino are not particularly aggressive. It's only bulls that can be a little bit sometimes. And obviously females with young, they will defend them, but they're not particularly aggressive per se. White rhino are probably the best of all the potentially dangerous animals to approach on foot. And when we say approach, it's not to get any kind of reaction out of them. It's that it's possible for you to walk into the wind and walk and get reasonably close to wallowing rhino, white rhino, and view them and see them from ground level without them even knowing that you're there. I normally do it in small groups, up to 3 or 4. That's what I like doing, because then you do limit your noise. I think he's going to spray. Yep. Oh, I'm doing a bit more than that. Lots more than that. Watch now how he wipes his feet. It's a small midden that he's started there. So he's now also going to go past the back of the vehicle. But he may come towards me, just like the other two did, and be a little bit curious. See, they're spraying. Very cool. Now, there's the back of the vehicle. Let's just see, you might go over the top of it. So he's approaching and he's approaching her and the calf. So there can be a little bit of interaction here now. You often see them sort of grunting and snorting, and then they do put their lips out in quite a sort of defensive posture. I'm just trying to get this focus right as well. It's reasonably difficult because I'm standing in the sun and I've got a small little screen, so when it's small on the screen like this, it does make it slightly difficult to check if it's actually focused. Somewhere there. Bit of a standoff, I think. The calf always just sort of getting a bit anxious. When mom is anxious, obviously the baby becomes anxious too, and then doesn't really know what's going on, and there can often be little vocalizations from the baby, lots of high-pitched squeals. There she puts her lips out. So yeah, you know, going back to sort of aggressive nature of rhinos, white rhino are not, it's not really inherent in them. They're not particularly aggressive animals. There have obviously been multiple situations with different guides and so on, but it's not the norm. Black rhino, however, very different story. You won't really find black rhino in this kind of terrain regularly either. Places like the Masai Mara and the Mara Triangle in particular, you'll find them in the open like this regularly, but that for me is not the norm. You normally find them up in the thickets, and so then it's normally very hairy when you come across black rhino because it's in close quarters, and that's where it can be rather dangerous. Because of their different sort of mentality of fight first. So Diza, I'm glad I was able to show you this bull scent marking, and so close like that as well, right next to the vehicle. I could actually smell it.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
We have got an epic battle going on between a pirate fly and a drop-tail ant. Look at that, look at that. So what's happening is these ants are moving from one side to another, and these pirate flies are trying to steal the baby ants.
Well, sadly we did lose Ralph there for a second, but he will be back with us later. Really some fantastic scenes in Kariega with those rhino, and obviously the rhino scent marking too, so really cool to watch. But we are here with this wonderful Ellie. You can hear our guinea fowl haven't left us just yet. So as always, I do try and keep a track of how many species we do see in a day on the dam cams. I'm currently on 3. So for us to hit our marker of around 12 to 13, we obviously have a fair bit to go. But we do have a whole day and show ahead of us. So not to worry. We will definitely hit some higher numbers at some point. So it does look like this Ellie is probably going to walk off. He's a bit cool, so he might spray himself briefly, but I do think he's probably going to push on. And in saying that, it's time for us to go and check on Andrew with the lions in Amakhala.
So we have managed to wrap around just sort of on the ridge close to a place called Sunny Spot, and we have got a really good visual of these lions now, and they are pretty much going to stay here. I'm sure there are bouts of shade around here, which I'm sure they'll go into a little bit later on, but for now this is a very good 5 out of 5 visual. So out here on these game reserves, we do rate sightings. So when we do use the radio and keep in communication with the field guides, they'll know a 5 out of 5 visual means it cannot get any better than that. But if I call in on the radio that it's a 1 out of 5 visual, then the guides will make up their minds whether it's going to be in their best interest to come all that way just to see a lion flicking its tail or whatever the case may be. So that's the reason why we use this rating system. Shame they are getting quite hot now, especially that middle lioness there. Really is panting pretty hard. And still very agitated. You see her tail flicking up and down. Reggie, morning, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'm sure Amakhala will be quite chuffed to hear that comment. But you're quite right, these lions are spectacular. They're in extremely good condition. And they're large as well and very successful. This is lion at its best. So that male lion is staring out in the distance. I'm not quite sure what he's seen. Okay, so he's sort of just now panning, I think. Can't begin to comprehend their eyesight. Such good eyesight these animals have. In fact, all their senses are very good, but most particularly their sight. And there's a yawn. Beautiful. She might stand. You just see a bit of a lick. I think she might stand up. I think these two lionesses know that if they do stand up and walk, this male is just going to actively follow them. And we're trying to figure out perhaps if they are trying to distract this male away from the denning area, because these females are quite private about their cubs. They don't want the father, for some reason, to go there. And that's just the instinct of a mother. And she's going to do things that she feels is going to protect them and aid their survival. And you can see that younger lioness just behind her. You can see the shapes of their faces and skulls are totally different from one another. Hello, Lucille. No, they don't. They don't. It's very difficult to actually sex the cubs when they're born. It's going to take a good, month, 2 months before you can successfully say that's the male and the female. But by saying that, I think it would be quite awesome if that was the case. Seeing these little cubs and the males having these little mini manes, I think that would be quite nice. But no, they don't have manes when they're born. The mane will start to grow, and you will start to see the mane starting to develop and hairs getting longer. From about 9 months old, you will see that there's a mane forming. And by the time the animal is 4 years old, the mane will be fully developed. One thing that's always I found very interesting is how short the gestation period is for lions. It's very short. It's only about 3 months, depending. It's between 90 and 110 days, and that is nothing. And the reason is because the lionesses need to hunt, and if they're going to be pregnant for prolonged periods of time, they're not going to be able to hunt like they would normally, and they are not going to be successful. And most definitely they wouldn't have survived up until now. And so to have short gestation periods, she can give birth and get back to a normal condition, and then she can resume hunting and providing for the pride. But by saying that, 3 months is not a long time. So those cubs, when they're born, they are absolutely tiny, totally artificial, which means that they are totally helpless. Eyes are shut closed. They need to be carried. They can't really walk around. And of course, animals with those longer gestation periods, they're going to get much more well developed inside the mother's womb, and when they're born, they're going to be quite active from birth. This male lion's paw over here, Morgan. It's quite nice. Back paw with his pad and his digits. And you can see those 3 lobes to the back of the pad, which is typical indicative of cat spoor or cat tracks. They do have these 3 bubbles or lobes on the back of their track. And over the years, I've taken lots of photos of animal paws. I've got quite a collection on my laptop. It's just good to understand what their paw looks like if you want to understand the footprint. Okay, younger lioness is up, and she is the mother. Chandra, you pointed out something quite nice there. Not many people know that you sort of age lions by their teeth. So well done there. But another way that you can sort of identify their age is, their size, and then the tip of their nose. Generally, this is a general term, under 4 years old, the nose is pink in color, and as the animal passes the 4th year, generally speaking, the nose goes black in color. So that's another way. And then also, if you're having a look at a lion and it's full of tattered ears and splits in the ears with a few, sort of deep scars on the face, you can presume it's a mature lion or an older lion. But the teeth is the best way. I've seen a 12-year-old male lion before. The teeth are orange and the canines are blunt. They wear down. Okay, second lioness is up, and surely the male will follow. Look how he looks at them. He wants to know exactly where they're going to go. Alright, these two females are socializing here. It's beautiful. Yeah, sorry folks, the pole is in the way here. We do have a roof on the vehicle. Okay, and they're going to lie down now, so it's nice just to watch how the male just watches them and constantly keeps an eye there.
Here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the 3rd time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans that's filled up after that beautiful rain we had last night.
First time seeing Hukamuri, isn't he beautiful?
He's got the babies. He's got the baby. 2 of the babies made it away. He's got the one baby.
Only meters away from me, folks.
You know, for all we say he's a gangster and he's got a face for radio, we only tease. He's actually highly, highly adorable.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused.
It's not just Hukamuri, an elephant's approaching. Look at this.
I love it.
So unfortunately we did lose Andrew there, but he will be back again with us at some point as well. And this lovely giraffe has joined us too. So great to see it, but it was actually drinking just now and something has spooked it. It might just be those impala that are walking through in the background and those wildebeest. So we will just wait and see. It also seems that the guinea fowl have kind of pushed off for now, so a quick morning drink and then back to the business of foraging. A very cool herd of impala coming through as well as these wildebeest. It looks to be quite a decent herd of wildebeest that are coming through. Good numbers for this area. Wow, really good numbers. So we have around 13 wildebeest here at the waterhole right now. And you will notice this darker individual here on the right hand side. That is the bull. This is definitely his herd and he's the dominant bull of this herd at least as well. But to see them in good numbers like this isn't the norm here. So really, really cool to see. And I will try and zoom in on some of the cows as well, because you will see that they are also heavily pregnant. And it is coming to that time of the year where we will see lots of wildebeest calves. And they do look very different to the adults. They are fawn in color when they're born, and then they obviously change into this more brindled color as well. So you will also notice that there will be one or two smaller individuals, and I will assume that those are last season's calves. So I'm just going to zoom in just so we can note just how pregnant some of these cows are, because it really is getting to that time of the year. So in the next 6 weeks or so, we can expect to start seeing a lot more little baby calves just hanging around and also just milling around. They're really cute. A nice herd of impala as well. Of course, our giraffe in the background. So lovely to have 3 different species here with us right now. You'll notice, I think it is the 4th wildebeest there on the left, so almost in the middle right now. That smaller individual there, that would be a calf from last season, and they grow very quickly, and obviously within a few minutes they can run. It can obviously hit very great speeds at that time, and that obviously is also a evolutionary trait of theirs, that to be able to run that fast, obviously they need to be able to escape predators, but they also do drop their calves together. That is also a protection mechanism that they have evolved to take on. So obviously strength in numbers, and obviously if there are more calves together, it is more likely that more calves will grow to adulthood. But something quite interesting is that these wildebeest and these impala are very closely related, although that branch did happen many years ago. An impala's closest relative is actually a wildebeest. Lots of qualia coming through as well. Hi, white man. Yes, they will, particularly with the bulls. So it's not uncommon to see lone bulls by themselves, and that is because they have become territorial and are then waiting for a herd of females to almost come through into their area or into their home range territory, and then they do set that up. So the bulls obviously will compete for mating rights and hierarchy as well, and there will also be cows that will obviously, a little bit older and experienced, that might lead that little herd towards the territory of a male at some point. So effectively those bulls kind of split out of the herds and they set up their own areas as well. And you can also note this when they are single, then you see them actually feeding and in amongst other herbs or herbivores, so impala or zebra and that as well. And they actually also have a midden type territorial marker as well. So they will also use those middens also to designate that they are in the area and they are in charge of that little area of theirs. But obviously we do see them congregating in far greater numbers, and those are the western and eastern white-bearded wildebeest or gnu, and those we get up in eastern Africa, and those are the ones that obviously migrate in those huge numbers. So within that huge migratory system, there are obviously little pockets of dominance and the rest. However, it is because they are following seasonal rains and vegetation then as well. So it does kind of work a little bit different with the different races in the different areas. We don't see the brindles, or these gnus, these brindle gnus, in as higher numbers as we would those other wildebeest that I just mentioned right now. And there are roughly 5 races of different wildebeest across the African continent. Nice to see them in high numbers here, or at least a big herd like this, or of this size in Mashatu. Of course, Mashatu is quite arid and there isn't a lot of grass in some of the areas. So we are quite close to a good plain right now. So the wildebeest and zebra kind of do stick to those areas, obviously, where there's grass. There's a lot of other browsers in Mashatu, and it does have a good variety of other herbivores as well. So you have the chance to see high numbers of other herbivores as well here. In particular, eland. Huge herds of eland in Mashatu as well. But I do think we're a bit far off some of the other drainage lines and watercourses. They do kind of favor the fever berries, the croton in the area as well. Looks like we have another giraffe coming in too, kind of assessing the situation as well. So we do have two giraffe walking in, and I'm going to stick here and watch them come through for a drink, but it is time for us to go and say good morning to Lauren in Madikwe.
Good morning, everyone. We have a great start to the morning here in Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest. Why? Well, we are looking at a male cheetah, and you may hear the pitter-patter of rain, everyone. Yes, Madikwe got the first rains last night of the season, which was predicted, necessary, and it happened. So good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren. I do have Darby on camera. And although it's tricky to drive around and it's grey skies, it's cold, Madikwe really needed the rains. Temperatures were soaring and conditions were uncomfortable. The landscape needs it, the vegetation needs it, the animal needs it, so it is wonderful. We woke up to a very wet camp, and it's now started to pitter-patter again. Not too heavy, but I can imagine the animals are just really relishing the fact that there is rain. A lot of people ask, do they like rain? I don't think it's a case of liking rain. I think it's very much a case of it's necessary. And it's part of the environment here. Most organisms will be familiar with rain. Even if you're an insect or a mouse or an elephant, you will understand rain, part of the seasonal fluctuations. And I think I see a hugely bloated tummy here. So if we are, and there's a little bit blood on his face as well. I think he has made a kill, and therefore, if you're full, this is perfect conditions to sleep in. I'm just going to sit for a moment though and just let you listen to the pitter-patter of the rain. My boy, we have been sitting with you for half an hour. Why are you moving now? That is my question to you. Why? Okay, we'll work with that. Thank you. We do have a bum shot now, but that's fine. He's not disappeared. Jandre? I'm not sure what advantage rain could bring, to be honest. Wind tends to really disturb animals' senses. Maybe heavy rain would disturb an animal's sort of sensory sharpness to look out for predators, but cheetahs are also highly visual. And therefore, they really do use their eyes when hunting as one of their primary senses. So therefore, if it's very heavy rain or torrential rain, you can't really see. Even humans, it's very difficult to see. Think about being in a car. We need windscreen wipers. So I don't think it would give a cheetah or a predator any advantage, really. All the sort of species that maybe a cheetah would hunt, like impala, would sort of all congregate and aggregate in an open area, maybe under a tree, try and seek some shelter. But I don't see that rain would give him any advantage, to be honest with you. A lot of predators are said to make use of storms, thunder, lightning, wind, but that's normally at night time. Sometimes during the day, but I think for a cheetah that wouldn't apply.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in nature.
I think we're not going to bother turning our engine on just yet, not to disturb him. I think he'll keep repositioning. The rain is very light. Oh, here we go. There's another reposition. You are just delightful. Cheetahs, there is a high population of cheetah at Madikwe. And that's obviously because of the vast area and the sort of size of the reserve. means that there's plenty of space for Cheetah. So we are going to sit here with our wet and sleepy boy, but you guys are going to head back over to Alex in Mashatu.
Really cool to see some cheetah this morning as well. Obviously nice to get some rain in Madikwe. Maybe it'll come a bit north and eventually hit Mashatu too. But we did also just have a hodidar calling. And of course these lovely giraffes. So we are just going to sit and watch them. And it's quite clear that the guinea fowl have kind of returned in some numbers as well. So good just to take a break and just watch these giraffes as they mill around. There's another one in the background. There's one feeding there, and I think this younger one is possibly going to go back to drinking. So we're just going to watch and see how they go about their morning. Hi Susan, yes, I'd also love to see giraffes swimming. But I think being so tall, that's just not generally the case. A lot of these water sources, at least here and up in Ukakuya, are quite shallow. And for them to wade into that, it really wouldn't make too much of a difference. I don't think they would be able to swim in that shallower water system. But not to say that a giraffe hasn't had to swim. But I think with that height advantage, it's quite unlikely. But it would be quite interesting to see, definitely. Always alert and scanning the horizon and environment. Here we go. We are going to get some drinking. So really quite cool to watch. And obviously they are so vigilant around water. And that is primarily because they are very vulnerable when they are drinking. And they obviously can't see when their heads are down that low. They have another number of other adaptations that allow them to drink as well. So you can see how they spread their legs. Also, this one is also bending its front legs. And that's also because their necks are actually too short for them to reach the water otherwise. So they have to actually engage in this kind of almost like sprinter's pose, ballerina curtsy, and then that's how they get down to drink. Obviously there are some other adaptations that they have evolved over time to allow them to drink. So it's quite cool just to be able to watch and see how they drink and obviously feed as well. Around 15 minutes in a day, so the rest of the day is actually made of walking around, feeding, ruminating, and obviously drinking at points. And what's quite cool to note is that this is obviously the second subspecies of the southern giraffe. The other one that we do see is up in Kikuyu, and that is the Angolan giraffe, and this being the southern or Cape giraffe. And we get them here, Juma, Amakala, and Kariega. And we do note the difference also just on their coats. They do generally have more like a star-shaped rosette, which you can see there. But obviously each coat is like a human's fingerprint and only unique only to an individual giraffe as well. So each coat being different, and that is how we would identify them, that being that each coat is unique. High genre, that's generally not how we would determine their sex, just because obviously being giraffe they have the same diet and they consume the same vegetation, so you wouldn't use vegetation as a marker to determine sex. Obviously we would use height. The males are a bit taller than the females, and there are a number of other ways to determine sex. So obviously the males' ossicones are a little bit bigger and sometimes bald on the top as well, and they do sometimes also have a hairy almost protrusion on their nose, in the front of their forehead as well, the males at least, and obviously through their various appendages, males and females. So we would note that, and with regards to this subspecies we would also note the coloration and how dark the coat is. The males are also a bit more bulky, and those are the ways that we would determine what gender the giraffe is. Obviously also the males would have a bigger spur as well, so when they are a journey or a loose association of them, you would assume that the bigger spur in that association, if you were tracking them, that would be the bull, if there was a bull that was following or in that association at that time. They don't generally always have a dominant bull within an association or a journey or travel of giraffe. As I said, oh, there's a jackal, so we do have our jackal for the day, and there've been two of them around, so quite cool when you can see that this giraffe isn't really perturbed by that jackal. It's not a threat. But genre, that is how we would designate the gender of the giraffe. So quite a cool interaction here with the jackal and giraffe drinking. I'm sure the jackal is going to join it as well. We can assume that there's a second jackal. We have seen two around. But there we go. Not taking any chances. I'm going to try and stick on the jackal because there would be a number of guinea fowl around, so I'm assuming they would be interested in going for something like that, as well as the doves. But maybe it's not just time to come drink at the moment. Might wait for the giraffe to move off, sit in the shade for a second, and then come get a drink. And that seems to be exactly its plan. Into the shade, so we will just keep an eye on it. The giraffe obviously can give quite a hefty kick, so that jackal would probably fly a number of meters if it was to get connected. The giraffe obviously watching the jackal, so good just to see this interaction. We're just going to see how it pans out. So as always, there are a number of birds calling here in Mashatu. Lots of quelea around at the moment. You will hear that flutter and them chirping as well. Meave starlings. The roller. So there's a lilac-breasted roller that has also been calling over the past few days, and that is their mating call. That is getting into their breeding season as well. So you will hear them at some point too. The Egyptian goose is around. Lots of doves. So it would be the ringneck, sometimes the mourning doves as well. There are Madikwe doves as well in the area too. Emerald spotted wood doves here and there. Some crested barbets. There were some European bee eaters the other day too. And we have had the Kori bustard and the ostriches around. Quite some numbers too. So always something going on here. There will obviously be the odd weaver as well, so the southern masked weavers. And I did hear white-fronted bee eater the other day as well, so I will call them out when I do hear them. But at the moment this chorus seems to be quite a number of the quelea as well as some of the meave starlings and doves. So yeah, 3 different types of doves calling at times. Just keeping an eye on what is going on with the jackal. So I'm going to just wait and see, because that giraffe is still watching it. And I will zoom out a little bit so we can actually see the number of quelea that do come through to drink. So we are just sitting with the Ellie, and it's just good to spend some time and to hear what else is going on here as well. So very, very cool. So fun for us to see a relaxed elephant at the moment. Getting right into that fresh water over there. I do just want to zoom in because I always check out the waterhole that is just behind it, or the wallower that is just behind it, because it is increasing every day. Maybe not that much action today as it is a little bit cooler, so we will give it some time and obviously keep tabs on what is going on, and we will go and check up on that jackal again and see if it's still under the tree. So I'm going to see the size of what's going on at the water and the wallow behind us, and we are going to go and shoot over to Andrew, who's found the lions again.
So we have managed to reposition quite nicely now, and yeah, these lions are in a very good viewing area, not just for us, but of course for the game viewers. But who knows, maybe this afternoon I think they'll probably moved off from here. And the male, he's sitting by himself there, and the female, she's just to the left of him. But I think these lionesses have figured out that they're not going to shake him off that easily. So rather just sit down and just take it easy up here. And she is yawning a lot. And she's probably going to get up now. Yeah, so just an indication when lions are still quite active is constant yawning, and they might be lying down, but head is in a raised position, so they're very active still. And looking around is another sign that they might start getting up and move around. And she's doing all three of those right now. Okay, so she's just stood up now and slowly walking off there. Crazy, I'm hearing some thunder in the far distance. And I see a big blanket of clouds has now moved over the reserve. Quite drastic. 4 seasons in one day out here in the Eastern Cape. Okay, so now he's yawning. Let's see what he's going to do. Oh, there's a big yawn now. So I want to pose a question to all of you out there and see if you can get it right. But which animal out here in the nature in Africa has got bigger canines than that of a lioness? And I think you might be surprised at the answer. There, he's up. Shame, he's a little bit hungry. Stomach is empty. These lions are most definitely going to need to hunt very soon, probably tonight. Okay, so he's just moving off there. Morgan, you let me know when I'm going to start up and wrap around.
So see where the female is, if she's going to come off.
Okay. I'm just going to wait and see what they're going to do. They've been up and down constantly this morning, so it's difficult for us to sort of figure out where they're going to go. Good morning, Tracy Ann. That's a good question. It is a very good question, because lions are full of competition. But no. So these females are very valuable to this male lion, because he's going to need to breed with them, which he has already bred with one of the females, and they are part of the pride. So no, he's not going to pose any threat to them. The only time that he might pose a threat to them is if there's a lack of space, lack of habitat, lack of food, and or stress levels are through the roof. This is when you start to see some abnormal behavior when it comes to animals. But out here, there's no problem like that. There's plenty of all of the above out here. You still got him there, Morgan?
See where he is. Just gone behind the bush.
Just gone behind the bush. Okay, should we try wrap around, see if we can get those females?
Yeah.
Okay, so just bear with me. Just going to start the vehicle. We're going to get mobile and see if we can't get them again. Alrighty, let's do this. JP, my man, you have got it right. So the animal in the nature that has got bigger canines than that of a lioness is most definitely a baboon. Very good answer. Thank you, JP. Okay, let's see if we can't spot them again. There's actually a good area for them to... Darcy Miller. Okay, well, the tusks of a hippo are pretty much well-developed canines, so you are also onto something there. But we'll say excluding the tusks. That's sort of what I was getting towards. But yeah, we can say baboon. But then of the tusked animals, most definitely, without a shadow of doubt, it is going to be hippopotamus. So morning, Darcy. Good to hear from you again. Ah, there they are there. I'm sure Darcy Miller's quite keen to see the ostrich today. We're going to definitely keep our eyes peeled for that, I promise you. But yeah, in case you didn't know, but hippo's tusks are actually well-developed canines. Great stuff. They're in the middle of the road now, or the side of the road, but in the middle of the open area. Yeah, this good, eh, Morgan? Great. Brilliant stuff. Okay. Duck. Okay, here he comes now. Oh, this is a great sighting. Okay, a little bit of territorial there. Michelle, you are definitely right. It's wonderful, especially when they come onto this ridge. So this road that you're seeing now is actually called the Ridge Road. And it drops down straight into the basin, which is a very low-lying area, almost like an escarpment in a way. And they often come up top here. Not only are they going to be able to scan for their territory, or scan their territory, but they're going to see prey down there, which they're not going to make a move on now. They could, but it's a bit far down in the basin. What they might do is they'll locate the prey, see that, oh, there's some red hartebeest over there, oh, there's some zebras over there. Tonight, as we know, if the weather is like it is now, it's going to be a very dark night because of clouds. And they'll just access those areas and they'll hopefully catch something to eat. There's an area on this game reserve called Pride Rock. And when the lions go up there, it's a typical scene of like the Lion King. It's really amazing when they go up there. Okay, yeah, it seems like a little bit of rain is falling on our roof here. Don't worry, Jared, we're all good here. But just to give you an update on the weather, yeah, some localized storms happening around us.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
So it's quite nice out here in Amakhala that a few of the lodges, they do offer day safari facilities. So what that means is that those people will drive themselves into the game reserve, park at the lodge, go on a game drive with an experienced field guide, and then once the game drive ends, which is about 3.5 hours long, they'll head back to the lodge. Then the guests will have lunch, and then they head on their way back to wherever they came from. And that's mainly Hlosi Lodge offers these day safari facilities. I know Levenbosch also do them, and occasionally Safari Lodge, where we're staying in the lodge up at the top. They do also facilitate day safaris. Okay, so we're going to watch them a bit more, but in the meantime, off to Ralph.
So we have Thandi and her two different aged calves that have made their way down now towards the Scotia Dam. They're grazing as they go. Lovely to see them. And they've all been washed nicely from the rain that we've had. But I'm sure they'll sort that out in the coming days, doing lots of wallowing. As soon as the sun stays out for a while, I'm sure they'll be in the mud. But they're all looking very good, I must say. A little bit of wind coming through now. It's partly cloudy, but it's warming up nicely. So for any new viewers who haven't met these rhinos, that is Thandi, the big female, and the bigger calf, that's Mtetu, and the smaller one closest to us, that's Sia. So Mtetu means justice in isiXhosa, and Sia was named after our very special Springbok's rugby captain, Sia Kolisi. She should be quite thirsty. Let's see how much she drinks. They're both drinking now. Okay, it seems like there's a little bit of sound problems, so let's head you on over the hill to Andrew.
Thanks, Ralph. And I have been keeping an eye out for that jackal, but fortunately no luck. We do still have some warthog around, and there is a Cory bustard drinking. I think it's going to get shooed off now by this wildebeest. You can note the size of the Cory bustard, the biggest flying bird in Africa. And it is debated that either this Cory bustard, of which there are two subspecies, another one up in East Africa that is said to be a bit heavier, or the other, the Arabian or Asian bustard, is the heaviest bird in the world. But it is quite slim pickings with regards to who is really the heaviest, because they are pretty similar in weight and size. So there is an outlier, I'm sure, out of each one of those, and that is probably the heaviest individual that is living right now. So up to about 20 kgs. So the heaviest flying bird, and really quite prehistoric, almost velociraptor type style and ways of eating and diet too, because They have quite a varied diet. They are omnivorous, but they do take rodents, little chicks, birds, snakes, chameleons, lizards. So really cool to see. And their mating display is even better. I'm hoping that one of these days we might get a chair. It's also not uncommon to see Kori bustards in numbers of up to 40 in different areas, although they generally are normally in pairs or smaller numbers of about 3, 4 sometimes, 4 individuals in an area. Obviously not uncommon to see them by themselves either. And what's quite cool is when they do drink, sometimes they actually get on their legs, so it kind of sets like a 90-degree angle. They almost look like a pendulum, kind of bobbing up and down. So it's quite cool to see. And again, some wildebeest. So it's been action-packed day of wildebeest here today. There seem to be 2 bulls that have come to join us. So it's just Kori busted, and the wildebeest decide to interact with the water and drink it. It's important for me to remind everyone that this is also an interactive and live immersive experience and your safari. So please do send through any chats, conversations, observations, or points of interest that you'd like to talk to us about. We love to answer your questions. And we love to interact with you as well. But just keeping an eye on what is going on here and hoping that the Kori busted does start to drink. I will get a little bit closer if possible as well. They've got really cool coloring on them too, so just nice to observe. I think we are going to get lucky and see how it actually does come and sit at the water. Yes, exactly. It almost forms a 90-degree angle, kind of like a Pythagoras triangle, 90-degree triangle. You can make out the markings on the Kori busted here as well. Really cool birds. It seems like some fun and games going on with the wildebeest as well, but hasn't seemed to have irritated the Kori busted just yet. Clearly quite thirsty, as you can see. Exactly, Rufus. I also find it quite strange, but it's quite cool, the geometry of how it almost sits down and sets itself up for that. So quite an interesting way of drinking, and I suppose a lot of animals have adapted different ways of drinking that suit them best, and this is clearly the best way for a Kori busted to drink. Of course, also the national bird of Botswana, so great that we could show you this as well. And there are a fair number of them here in Mashatu as well. So what's quite cool, being the heaviest flying bird, is that their wingspan is obviously very big in order to get themselves off the ground, and almost around 3 meters of wingspan. That is really massive if you consider that. I suppose a bird that weighs up to around 20 kgs, you do need to have wings that can take you off, and 3 meters is obviously an ideal setup for that. So almost like a big bomber trying to take off. It's exactly what, or jumbo jet even, it's exactly what these guys do look like when they do take off. So what's quite cool is you can actually see them sucking the water, and most birds actually don't suck water, they can rather scoop it and drink it. So just cool to note that this is one of the few birds that actually sucks water as opposed to scoops it into its mouth, or scooping it into its mouth, down its throat even. Really fascinating, just watching this Kori bustard drink and its habit of drinking. It's the way that it perches itself to drink, but also the fact that, as we've just mentioned, how they're one of the few birds that actually sucks water while they drink as opposed to scoops it. So really just cool seeing this behavior and being able to note it. So I'm going to continue observing this Kori bustard and keep an eye on who else comes through to the water. But Ralph is back, and we're going to head off to him.
To talk to you now. So we are just still watching Thandi and her 2 different aged calves. One Mtetu and one Sia, the younger one being Sia. And I know I did say that earlier, but I'm not sure what you got with a little bit of sound issues because the wind is picking up. So it may have affected that a little bit. Anyway, they walked past in front of some of the giraffe that were also here, next to the Scotia Dam. And they are in tip-top condition. Like we always say, when you measure rhino condition, you sort of do it out of 5. 5 being overweight, 4 being perfect, and 0 being dead. And these all showing a little bit of rib, just perfect. So I would say they're a 4. If you don't see the ribs, that's overweight, and then we would say that's a 5, which is not. You do find that quite a bit in places where they fed rich vegetation, such as in safari parks as well as zoos, where they potentially also don't get enough.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
But I think that's him. I think that's the one I must. Okay, this is getting serious now. I knew there was going to be trouble. Too many bulls and must over one herd.
So sadly we did lose Ralph, but he will be back again later. And joining us with this Kori bustard is this Ellie. So great to just see Ellie's coming through. It was a bit quiet yesterday with our Ellie, so nice to have them back and in the area. And again, just drinking. So that Kori bustard's clearly very thirsty. It hasn't moved, but I have panned out just so that we can watch both Ellie and the Kori bustard and see who else might want to approach us. So always good just to keep an eye on the peripheries and also any approaches with regards to those animal highways that might be leading towards the dam as well. So those game trails that kind of lead straight through the animal highways. You can see a giraffe as well in the distance. It seems to be quite a lazy elephant at the moment, so probably thinking of having a rest while he drinks. There's a second Ellie just behind it as well in the mud wallow, where that impala is walking through. So I did initially think it was actually his ear, and I was like, why is that ear hanging out like that? Just the one, however, as we can see, a second Ellie. So in amongst that Egyptian goose that is calling, you can make out lilac-breasted roller. We might see it rolling around. It has come through the frame once or twice, so we will pick up obviously that bright color flash, and maybe we might see it rolling around just in the sky above us. So I'll try and keep an eye out for that as well. So it really is quite remarkable watching them do their aerobatic display. And the jackal, it seems, is also hanging around there, just where that dust devil went through. So it'd be awesome just to watch and see what this Kori bustard might get up to, because that jackal might see it as a prey item. Hi Bev, so Kori bustards are omnivorous, but they do take a number of mammalian as well as reptilian species. So they'll take small little mice, little lizards, chameleons, fruits, seeds, even insects as well. So they do have a lot of insects that they do take as well. So little grasshoppers and that as well. Obviously as they become more prevalent, but they'll take frogs too. So they are carnivorous, but they also take fruit. So they do call them omnivores. But I think the majority of their diet will be made up of insects, really. However, quite opportunistic, quite a broad diet. It seems that Ellie moving across to the other side of the dam has kind of pushed that Kariega off. I will just try and check over, because this other Ellie that's right in front of us seems to be more preoccupied with the fresh water that's there. I just want to make sure that we are keeping tabs on who is around, what's going on. It does look like the Kariega has moved off entirely though. Yeah, so I'll come back here because we might get a bit of a splish splash. It slowly seems that some of the clouds are moving off as well. Getting burnt off, really. A little bit of a scratch. Maybe one last drink, and I think this Ellie's going to move off. We do have a few more coming through, so we'll watch their approach. Possibly even some social interaction between them. So, very interesting seeing the interaction of this cow and her calves with this bull Ellie that's here as well. So he's not too interested, it seems, although there is definitely some communication going on with them. But I think their focus is rather the water, and we may see that young calf actually going back into that mud wallow there on the left hand side. really fun watching the different parades of ellies coming through, interacting with each other. It seems that it's now the time of the breeding herds to basically come through. Lots of little calves around. They all kind of say hello to the bull, but they are very much up to their own thing, so it's always just fun seeing the little pockets of them. A definite parade of ellies at the moment. So lots of young ones with us right now, and it's so awesome to see. Also just to be able to differentiate the different sizes of all the ellies that are around here. So really cool to see such a mixed group. So true, Megan, and there are really large numbers of them coming through right now. And I'm hoping that we do get some exuberance from some of the younger ones, because when you see them kind of shuffling through in that fast pace, it really is entertaining to watch. I'm just going to make sure we get most of them in frame, but large numbers around at the moment. Did just go a little bit further there than I was intending to, so I'll come back. Really large numbers right here, right now, so it's awesome seeing them meander through the bush towards us. So it does seem like some of them are getting into the water and to the wallow back there. It seems that our numbers are just ever increasing. There's a few more, it seems, coming through. Lots of activity today. really is so cool spending time with this many ellies just milling about, dust bathing, in the water, drinking, mudding themselves, and also just interacting. So really just cool to see, and so cool to see how they interact with each other as well. In scenes like this, you really do get a sense as to why Mashatu is called the land of the giants. And you have so many ellies in frame and coming in and out. Definitely makes the link. So it's really quite fascinating watching all the young ones, moms, the other bulls, matriarchs, aunties, grandmothers. And what's quite cool is you can actually see quite a little bit of an older individual right here closest to us with that calf. And we do tell age sometimes through the indentation on their temporal glands, as well as obviously if we were to have a look inside their mouths, quality of their molars, because elephants have 6 sets of molars throughout their lives. And we do use a number of other techniques too, so we'd also look at the tusks and how worn those might be. But generally we do keep a track on how indented their temporal glands are. That is quite a good gauge on telling age. But obviously size, sometimes also their movements or dexterity, and also on bulls and obviously on the older cows we also look at the widths of their trunks as well. It also designates as to how fully grown they might be too. But really cool scenes here. Me too, Bridget. There's always something interesting going on with ellies and with monkeys, whether those are vervets, samangos, or baboons. Really fun to spend time with them as well. But ellies are also just fantastic to spend time with too, so it's just great just being able to immerse ourselves into this experience with them. Really just setting some time aside just to observe and just watch what goes on. So it does seem that our congregation or procession of ellies is slowly deciding to move on a bit. We will keep some track of them as they do go towards the right hand of our screen. But that doesn't mean to say that's the end of our ellie action today. There are lots of them around. And it will get hotter. And these ellies will come through again as well. So we'll just keep an eye on what's going on, where they all move off to. Looks like we've got some new members as well. Definitely. So we will just keep an eye on who's around, who decides to go, and how they say hello to each other as well, because there's always some form of communication with them when they do eventually see and meet up with each other. Lots of action here today. A number of different species coming through, but it does seem like the wallow is a place to be right now. Got quite a few individuals in there splashing themselves with mud currently. Even some playing going on, it seems, as well. I do just want to have a pan around and just check who else might be here to the right of us. We don't miss any individuals that are coming through as well. Doesn't look like anyone else is coming through at the moment, so we will just keep an eye over here. See what goes on. Definitely making quite a cavity there today. It's been amazing to watch how the structure of this wallow has changed in the last 2 weeks or so. Really, truly wonderful to spend so much time with these ellies today. One's almost kickstarting a bike or something there as well. So it does seem that the majority of the action is kind of over. I'm going to watch the rest of this, but while I watch the rest of this, you guys are going to get sent over to Lauren, who's with her cheetah.
Sadly, our cheetah really has flopped down now. He was awake, he's been scanning around. A lovely woodpecker came and landed on that tree. The starling was not too happy with the fact that the cheetah was under the tree, but it's all gone very quiet now. The rain has stopped. And I think he'll just sleep for a while. I do see some sort of bird nesting, two of them on a nest. Oh, hello, sleepyhead, behind us. It's really far away. I can't identify what bird it is, but I think that's worth investigating in just a moment. And we are quite close to Melarani pan and flay pan. So if our cheetah does decide that he's just going to sleep all day, we may just check out those pans, see if anything's happening, and come back and see if he's awake. I feel like the sun is getting ready to burst through. It's definitely warming up, and it's not as wet. There's our red-crested corehand calling. The national anthem of Madikwe. Jason, some we do, some we don't. There is a park management board here that does follow the sort of animals. Obviously, this boy is tagged, collared, well, tagged as well. And there is a conservation body that looks after all the animals. Yes, so some of them do have extensive history here. Madikwe is an interesting blend in terms of management. It started off a long time ago as a concept where it would be sort of designed, then implemented, and then facilitated as a big initiative to provide work for the local communities around here. It's in quite an isolated part of South Africa, I guess, and it's now managed by various different lodge owners, lots of stakeholders from the local communities, and the Northwest Parks Board. So it's a really interesting blend of management here, and it's very different from the likes of Juma, for example, which is privately owned. It's a very different reserve. It's nice to see different ways of navigating, different ways of handling sightings, and different ways of sort of handling the animals that you see. JP, interestingly enough, we have a WhatsApp group for Madikwe, and everyone writes down how much rain they had from their sort of concession, from their area. And it's vastly different. Apparently there are like over 232 different lodges here. It's a really, really big reserve that borders right onto Botswana. Some places are saying 8 mil, some are saying 10, others are saying 6. Some are saying as low as 2.5. And I think the highest that I can see in the list, it's quite a long list, is 10 mils. So it's not a huge amount, but it's a start. And it was, as soon as I woke up this morning, we had a huge power outage last night, so I didn't have the best sleep in the world, but as soon as I woke up, I could smell the rain. Immediately, I knew something had changed overnight. And of course, it's a very dusty environment here. Extremely dusty. And now that's all compacted due to the rain. So I think it's this sort of overcast, drizzly conditions are due to stay for. But the weather was horrendous yesterday, and we knew something in the air was changing. But I do believe officially season has changed, transitioned, we've now got water. So I hope that answers your question, James. It's nice that everyone reports on how much rainfall they've had in their area, and it's nice to be able to look at it and actually compare the difference across the reserve.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
The life of a predator. Always to sleep on a knife edge. The other cheetah that was found, I believe, was female, really not far away from here. So lots of sort of animals moving in the same area. A lion was found not too far away from here as well. The wonderful thing about Madikwe is the density of species and the number within populations. It's phenomenal. And going back to that really interesting question I got asked about rain earlier, about rain affecting or making it easier for the cheetahs to hunt, if you like. There was actually a study that was done in the Masai Mara, and it showed that cheetahs actually stayed on kills longer. Because in the Masai Mara, it's very common for them to make a kill, eat, not finish the carcass by any means, and then just leave. Because it's far too dangerous with the number of lions around, leopards, hyenas. So most cheetahs do have a reputation for eating as much as they can, dragging it, waiting till they can sort of get their energy back, eating, and then after a while they do generally tend to leave the carcass and get out of the area. But the study showed that in the Masai Mara, when it's raining, the rain sort of creates a shield, if you like, masking the scent. Heavy rains. Predators can't smell the same, especially those that are highly chemical in the rain. So cheetahs are actually known to stay on their kills a lot longer, up to 2 to 3 days if it's raining really heavy, because the smell's not traveling through the air like it would normally. And fascinating. I guess the rain creates a natural barrier, like a little bubble, trapping the smell in. And it's mostly hyenas they're worried about, hyenas and lions. So we're thinking about going to investigate this bird nest, maybe see what species it is, then sort of checking out the pans, I think. But you guys are going to head over to Alex, who's all the way in Okakoyu now.
Thanks very much, Lauren. And for the first time today, we are up here in Okakoyu. And as usual, quite a lot of activity going on. There were some ellies earlier, but we did miss them. However, a nice herd of wildebeest there, as well as some impala and the springbok, which are pretty much ever present, the springbok. But really, really cool sights and sounds. It seems that a lot of the cloud cover is also burnt off, so I think it is going to get rather hot this afternoon, and we can expect large numbers of game coming through as well. So it's good just to keep a bit of a distance as we watch everything else approach, and then as they do come through, then scroll in and have a look and see what is going on and who is around. You can make out the cicadas there. And really very active start to Monday morning. We've had lots of action everywhere, so always great to start off with a bang. High barefoot. Depending on what the animal was and its status in terms of how endangered it might be, that would be my indication as to whether I would treat it or not. Generally, and this is a general rule of thumb, is that we don't get ourselves involved. We don't attach any emotion to what is going on in the natural world. So we try to keep its integrity. So I personally would not be tempted to treat any animal unless it was very or highly endangered. It is better to leave nature to follow its natural course and for natural selection to happen. And it's also something we are trained as guides to do, is to not involve ourselves and not to tie emotion to situations. So it's not a very pleasant way of maybe thinking about it, but that is the best way to handle a situation like that. But obviously, if it is an animal that is highly endangered, then I would think about assisting that animal. But generally, best practice is not to get involved, not to tie emotion, and not to personify the animals, although it's quite hard not to, and to attach endearment to them. But as a rule of thumb, it's better to allow nature to unfold the way that it should, in as natural way as possible. But obviously, everyone does have their own interpretation of that as well. So that is my interpretation, and obviously everyone is entitled to their own opinions around that as well. But I personally wouldn't. I don't agree with interfering with nature. But in saying that, I mean, I obviously have had motions and times in my life when I have been attached. And I do remember actually one of the first times was when I was very young and watching a program called, what was it? It was based in the Masai Mara. I forget offhand right now, but I think it was Big Cat Safari or one of them. And being very emotional around a cheetah that was killed by a lion at the age of 8, that really didn't sit well with me. And I really didn't understand what was going on at the time. But unfortunately that was then, I think. And unfortunately that is what happens in the natural world. So we do actually have to respect what goes on and respect how it all works and the intricacies, because it is perfect even when it is imperfect. So I hope that gives some form of indication or a better answer. I understand obviously that if you don't enjoy that answer, that is obviously something that can happen, but personally I don't like getting involved with anything of that nature. So it seems like everyone's kind of holding off. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. But, it is cool watching the scenes kind of unfold, really. I think these wildebeest are going to push on, but it does seem to be that the Springbok are congregating in rather large numbers. There was actually a tawny eagle around earlier on this morning, so I'm going to just try and zoom in because it's always cool to... Okay, and that is a pie crow. It's always cool just to see what other antelope and even birds are around on the fringes. So good to see that we have our gemsbok here as well. We are making steady progress on our species list for today, at least on the dam cams. Quite an impressive gemsbok over there as well. So I'm really enjoying this approach of the gemsbok coming through right now, and you can see how tentative it is, almost kind of dodging those concrete rocks and stones that are around. I do think it's going to get a bit deeper as well. Simone, the benefits are many because conserving habitat is really what we should be aiming to do, because obviously as we conserve one species or focus on one species, we don't necessarily focus on everything else. Although conserving and focusing on one species does have a knock-on effect and it does benefit others. However, with the Transfrontier National Park, by creating and opening up corridors for animals to flow and move, we allow them to naturally disperse, as well as we allow genetics to disperse as well. So one of my core interests is definitely in the creation and the furthering of Transfrontier National Parks and corridors, so game corridors within Africa and the world. And I'm truly fascinated about the benefits that do and are derived by it, because it allows for certain vegetation to also grow and further itself, as well as with increasing the number and the amount of habitat that is under conservation, we allow different biomes and habitats to also then be conserved, as well as I just said, the genetics and genetic lines and transference of genetics in between those parks and areas to also be transferred, and movement for things that might need to seasonally migrate because rainfall might be better in certain areas or higher in certain areas, as well as allowing elephants in that more area and movement and I suppose area to move through, but movement and transference then through that, so helping to garden and that. We might even see an increase in the diversity of other species. So it could be smaller species, but it could also be vegetation. So there are many, many benefits to Transfrontier National Parks. And game corridors too. So I'm just going to come out again. Controls are just taking some time. Sadly, our oryx decided to move off quite quickly. Do have the dab check, and again, the Springbok. But I'm going to zoom out and just make sure that we aren't missing anyone. There seems to be some zebra off in the distance. There is our gemsbok over there. Let's also make sure we don't miss anyone that might be coming through on any of the other sides. There's some more gemsbok up there. It's amazing how quickly the wildlife can disappear, even up here, where it is a lot more open. But we are just going to sit with these Springbok now, because they seem to be hanging around. And if they do wade in, which is also quite cool to see. Something quite unexpected. Hi Lawrence. So it's generally got to do obviously with the fact that Etosha is an old lake, an ancient old lake, and this we can also note just because of the concrete stones and deposit that are right around us, these white stones. And those concrete deposits, obviously there are lots of minerals within them, but that used to be obviously a lake. So these are old saline also deposits as well here. And where the vegetation has encroached upon, obviously, is where the areas where these have not really been deposited as much in the past. So they obviously will still be that, and these concrete deposits are obviously beneficial for the landscape because there's lots of minerals, and the plants and trees also need the calcium that will be in there. It is something that obviously they need to grow. So the little pockets and obviously the tree lines and that will be on the outskirts of where, you know, this lake and the water would have receded from. And it's also just amazing how it ebbs and flows with regards to how many animals come through and down. And there's also most times that of the day where we have increases in certain species as well. So it kind of is like the Springbok hour or half hour at the moment. And we did have, obviously, we started off as we got here with some wildebeest, so it was theirs, and there have been large numbers of zebra coming through as well. So they all kind of pick their time, choose when they're coming down. They obviously aren't on a script, and we can't be puppet masters and kind of pull them in. They do exactly what they want to do and when they want to do it. So sometimes patience is also our key attribute around waterholes. So, but it's always good to see the different species coming through, and obviously when we get more than one species around, that's obviously a bonus. It's very fun when we get to see how they all interact as well. So I think it's time for us just to go and have a look in Mshatu, because I can see the action has heated up there again, and no doubt the action will heat up here again at some point. So we're going to shoot across to where we do have quite a bit going on in Mshatu. We have a lovely herd of impala here, and obviously they've taken over from the elephant. And again, we've had good numbers of wildebeest around today as well, but I did just hear a little bark snort, and that might be to do with the jackal that was around here. And I can see the koi bustard walking off there in the distance too. It's quite prehistoric, but definitely the koi bustard. I'm going to try and keep our eyes on who else is around, but great just to see impala also in good numbers and just drinking quite effortlessly. Seems that everyone's kind of relaxed from the threats of the crocodile, and we haven't seen him for quite a while. We do try and keep a tab on him. We have some giraffe again as well, so lots going on here, and there has been lots going on here most of today. So we seem to have two koi busted around the water at the moment, and then obviously these giraffes. So giraffe always fascinating when they drink. Always skittish, and we can make out the oxpeckers on the giraffe too. So it seems to be that there are 3 koi bustards around, and I did say that they do occur in numbers. It's not uncommon to see them in larger numbers too, and they have been recorded at sometimes of 40 individuals in a sighting. But it seems that there are 3 around the water currently, along with our giraffe and that little herd of impala, but impala do kind of push off quite quickly, so it's good just to sit with these giraffe for now.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. It's in your nature.
So great just to be able to sit and reflect and watch these giraffes feed. So we obviously on the waterholes we get them drinking quite often. So it's good just to get some diversification in what we are watching, and nice to just see them browsing on the waterline here. Does sound like there's some ellies approaching again, and we have already had quite a number, so I do think that's going to change. There's definitely going to be a few more coming through, but before they get here we are just going to spend some time with these giraffes, and as they push off we'll find our ellies. Hi Prudence, and that's a very awesome and interesting question, because what their closest relative is actually the okapi, or sometimes known as the forest giraffe, and those are found in the Congo Basin in the rainforests of Africa. That is the giraffe's closest relative or cousin, and they split some many years ago, millions of years ago. But, very cool and animal as well, the okapi. Not much known about them, and not much footage or video footage on them either. Very, very cool animal indeed. I do love them, and their colorations are also very, very cool too. Markings and the rest. But we also have an ostrich coming through, but yes, okapi are closest relative to a giraffe. It looks like these giraffes are moving off. I'm going to just keep an eye on this ostrich, and we might see it coming now for a drink. And we did hear some ellies approaching, so perhaps they might have also come through. So we're going to just make sure that we have enough frame to work with. And it'll actually be quite cool if it starts to drink with the Kori busted drinking, because we can then note the differences in how birds and some birds drink. So while the ostrich approaches, I just want to make sure we don't miss out on ellies. And then I'll come back. But lots of quail flying through as well. Really swarming right there. I wish if I went closer, I don't think the picture will be very clear, but you can make out those quail and the synchronized flying that they get up to as well. Very, very cool. But let us head back to the Kori busted and hopefully the ostrich, and we'll be able to show the difference in how certain birds drink. Then so quite clearly there you can make out that the ostrich is actually scooping up the water. Just to the left of us, that second Kori busted, you'll see them actually sucking up the water. The Kori bustards are some of the only birds that actually suck up water, while the others do exactly what that ostrich is doing and kind of scoop it into their bills and then down their throats. So just cool behavior to note. And fascinating to watch, really. So lovely that we've actually had both of that happening right in front of us. So I'm just going to hang here just so that we can keep watching that for a second. This is also really quite cool, having this number of quail just across there as well. So great to note the difference. So we have the heaviest bird, the heaviest flying bird, and the most numerous bird in the world right now drinking here. So quite an anomaly, but great to see. And let us not forget the ever-present Egyptian goose, not to be forgotten. Quite a lot of bird life around here at the moment. I can also hear blue waxbills. The ostrich decided it had had enough. It's probably quite imposing seeing 3 Kori busted across from you. But great to see those swarms of quail. But that little chirp at the moment is the blue waxbill. Hi Derek. Very much so. I thoroughly enjoy twitching. One of the first things I ever did whilst growing up, or at least in the bush in the Sabi Sands area, was pick up a pair of binoculars and a bird book and walk off at around the age of 8. So I've really enjoyed birding from around the age of 8. Always kept me busy though back then, so learning and playing and exploring was always a fun thing for me to do, and birding was a part of that. So I'm just going to have a pan around, although it is quite cool seeing 3 Kori bustard on the other side there, but I don't want to miss out on anything that might have joined us. Sometimes it's very easy to do that when we're focusing on one area. It seems like patience game is where it's at currently. We will just have to wait and see who else decides to come through, but it will definitely happen. Lots going on today. Sometimes we just need to give it a few minutes for the animals that might just be on the peripheries just to build the confidence and come down. I suppose that does give us time to have a look and see if the croc is showing himself. It doesn't seem like we're having any luck with our croc at the moment, but I'm sure at some stage he'll also show himself. However, just going to scan back, and we might as well just spend some time watching Kori bustard and listening to what other birds are around. One last look at the wallow. You can see almost how it's banked up and almost becoming its own separate little dam there. This is almost the area where the mongoose like to come through as well, so could just have a check and see if anyone is coming. Otherwise, back to the Kori bustard. just keeping an ear out because I could hear some audio of elephants just now. So I'm hoping that some might come through, although it has kind of gone quiet again. So it's possibly a good idea for us to go and see where the action is hot again, because it is hot all over the show. And I think it's time for us to go and see what and who has come through in Okakuyo. So it's still the Springbok time of the day. There's an ever increasing presence of them right now. So really just cool to see the numbers of Springbok that do occur and do come through. And I suppose contrary to some people's popular belief is that they aren't actually pure grazers. They are actually mostly mixed feeders and browsers, and they do enjoy succulents as well. So depending on the areas that they are in, they will take browse and succulents over graze, but that is obviously when those are prevalent. They will obviously graze when the grasses are good too. There are in fact 3 different subspecies of Springbok I was reading yesterday. So the one we get in South Africa, the Karoo, the Kalahari, and as well as the, well actually I think this will be the Angolan, and the Kalahari Springbok. So 3 of them that have been noted, and then there are some different color and recessive genes in them too. So we get midnight, then the black, coffee, and they are also white as well. I think that's actually the midnight. So those 3, and then also the saddlebacks, which are almost different kind of variations on those recessive genes and coloration. So very cool when you do see them, and those will only really find in more private farmed areas because there's value attached to those recessive genes. At least they were. It kind of is bottomed out at the moment. But what's also cool about Springbok is that they breed all year round. So there isn't really a set breeding time for them. Obviously they will try and coincide having their births with it being the wet or rainy season, but they aren't confined to lambing then either. So they can breed throughout the year, and they do. So it's not uncommon to find Springbok fawns or lambs throughout the year either, although they will try and coincide it with times of plenty. And you can see that characteristic white marking on their backs. And that patch there actually lifts up, and it's almost like a mohawk when they are pronking. And this is what separates them from then true gazelles. So they are very closely related to gazelles, but they are their own genus, and that is why. So that white patch over there, it's like almost like elongated hair that does stick up. And it's almost like a ridge, almost like a ridge back. That does happen with them, and that's what they show when they're stocking and pronking, to kind of show their athleticism, how healthy they might be. This is done to predators. So they are very fast antelope, and hit speeds of around 88 kilometers an hour. So very, very quick. And they can also sustain that speed for quite some time, so enough to outrun Cheetah, although Cheetah obviously in a dead straight sprint is quicker. But they can't sustain those speeds. Hi Melissa. So obviously there are adaptations within different antelope species, and gemsbok are part of the oryx family itself. So that family itself is very adapted to that, being desert dwelling and arid dwelling antelope. So there's also the addax, And there's obviously oryx up in East Africa as well. Also the scimitar horned and Arabian. So those antelope are obviously very adapted for these drier areas. Also a number of gazelle that are also adapted to these things as well. And to some degree the springbok would be as well. And also the black-faced impala that we get up here. It's more arid adapted than the normal impala we get down in Juma, Amakala and Kariega at the moment, or even Madikwe. So they are more arid adapted of the impala. So not necessarily that they all have the same adaptations, but they are adapted to these more arid, drier areas. Sometimes a lot of those adaptations come through the fact that these antelope can actually survive off of their vegetation. So obviously some very dry areas up in eastern Africa and along the Sahel into the Sahara. A lot of those antelope up there are also adapted for this, and they actually derive a lot of their moisture off of vegetation. And obviously the fact that they have specialized cooling systems and that they don't necessarily have to drink for prolonged periods of times. Also, they have adapted as well to increase their body temperatures during the day and decrease them at night. So they kind of track the temperature. That also comes down to their colorations too. So everyone, just a reminder, this is obviously an interactive and a live experience, and it is your safari. We do love answering your questions, your comments, any observations you might notice, or anything that there is that you want to chat about. If you know anything, please do send those through. We love engaging with you. We love answering your questions as well. So please do send those through. Great to see the grebe again. So it has been quite an eventful time across here with our Springbok. I'm trying to keep an eye on the peripheries just to see if anyone else is kind of coming through. So I just want to have a scan, make sure we aren't missing anyone that of interest that is coming through. Otherwise we will check and see if there's some action somewhere else. I just want to make sure again that we don't miss anyone that might be coming through, because it's always fun watching the animals come down here. And they generally do so in large numbers as well. So make sure we don't miss anyone. Otherwise, oh, sorry. So it seems that we'll have to be a little bit more patient here, but in saying that, our patience in Mshatu has paid off, and we do have some action there for you. So we're going to head across to Mshatu. So the Ellies are back in some numbers. And today it seems thoroughly enjoying the mud wallow. I'm kind of waiting for a little moat to be made and that to fill up again, because it's got quite deep and it seems that it's almost banked up closest to us. I'm sure at some stage them or a warthog will open that up and allow the water to flow back in. I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit on it just so that you can make that out, how deep it's actually got, just by everyone and the action that's been there. You can see that youngster coming through, and of course a little dust devil. So if you're an illy, you'd probably be quite happy having just sprayed yourself and covered yourself with mud and then had a dust devil come past and cover yourself with dust. You can see one of the youngsters, the little calf down there. So that area just in front of that, I think will start to get open and the water level should rise slowly, but I think a warthog will probably be the one that will open that up. Hi Jojo, so there's a number of ways that they will communicate. So obviously the loud audio that we know of, the typical elephant trumpet. And they also communicate through sensory ways where they kind of touch each other's trunks and sniff and smell each other. As well as in low grumbles as well, so almost like belly grumbles, and you'll hear that as well, which is also audio. And then they also use a seismic form of communication, where they use a very low level of bass that can travel very far, and they feel it throughout their feet or in their bones. So those are the primary ways of elephants communicating. But I'm just going to sit here for a bit and watch the ends of this mud bath. Lovely to see that little calf struggling to get out there, shame man. But there you go. So we're just going to sit here.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the sunset show yesterday, Tessa saw ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth, in your nature.
So we are just here and we are just currently spending some time just enjoying the elephant around the waterhole, drinking, mud wallowing and dust bathing. So again, just going to sit here and just appreciate what is going on and how they're going about this. You can even see some of them rubbing up against those stumps over there. It's cool just to watch Eddie's having a good time at water. Hi Tom, and that really will depend on the day. So if it's overcast or rainy or cool, they won't necessarily have to dust bath or feel the urge to dust bath. But when it is very hot and dry, they will then, if they have access to water and mud, obviously then wet themselves, because they do use the mud as a form of sunscreen. But they do also spend 80% of their days walking around and eating. So in that 20% of the day where they find the need for sleep, rest, drinking water and playing, so that could be swimming or mud bathing, it would be around that. So I hope that does answer your question. So really cool just watching these ellies, and obviously some have now pushed off. But please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience, and it is your immersive and interactive safari with us. So please do send through any conversations, chats, comments, anything else you might have seen, items of interest that you might want to chat to us about. We love engaging with you and we love answering your questions, so please do send any of those things through. So it does look like this ellie is also going to make its way into the mud wallow. So we'll just keep an eye on that. I'm hoping it does get quite involved. Always fun to watch these ellies, and this is also a nice way to look out because our mongoose also like to come through this way. So good just to keep an eye out here. So just watch this ellie for a second as well. Also, first European bee eaters here for the day as well. That little chirp in the background. That was some European bee eaters. Really threshing about in that mud currently, but they really do love it, and it's really just so cool to watch. Unfortunately his back is towards us, but just fun to watch that. So this ellie bull does look like he's having quite the time, but it is also time for us to head over to Lauren, who's on her cheetah.
Well, our sleepy cheetah is still very much a sleepy cheetah. It's been a really interesting morning for us at Madikwe because this is the first time we've experienced this type of weather, these conditions in this area. So we went to Melarani Pan, we went to Flay Pan, and we went to various areas. Nothing. Not a single animal. And that is so unusual for Madikwe. Normally the water holes are the center of so much action, from antelopes to elephants to all sorts coming in, hyenas, and of course nothing. Not a soul. We waited a little while at one pan, went to the other, and it's because of the weather. But it's just very interesting for us to see that. Weather doesn't adversely affect the organisms as such, but it will affect their movements, their routines, just like it affects ours. So when we're on our way to work and it's raining heavily, you think, oh, you need to find an umbrella, you don't want things to get wet, you've got to put your laptop in its case, you've got to protect everything. It changes your routine a little bit. You maybe won't go outside as much. So it will just affect the animals in a similar way. They'll just change up their routine a little bit. But it definitely has stopped raining, that's for sure. It's nice and dry now. Oh, I've just lost all comms. Hold on a moment. MC, can you go again with that one more time? Fred, I really don't know. I got asked this just the other day. I don't know. I think they will just sleep like any other sort of cat. Obviously, lions have a bad reputation for sleeping all day, which is not the case at all. If it's very, very hot and they've expended a lot of energy, they're probably going to rest more than if it's cold and they're hungry. I honestly couldn't answer as to how much they sleep. They are primarily diurnal, which means that they normally do rest once the sun goes down. But again, that's not always the case. They have been known to hunt in full moon. They have been known to move during the night if they can possibly hear the lions coming. I really don't know, I'm afraid, Fred. But they will rest. When we saw this boy earlier, his tummy looked massive. It doesn't look as big now that he's flat, and he had a little bit of blood on him. So I think he's recently had breakfast or possibly late dinner last night. And they exert a lot of energy, cheetahs, with their hunting strategy, especially being territorial, avoiding threats. Everything in the animal kingdom boils down to the fact that the main currency is energetics. So our main currency in our world is, we always think about money, but actually it comes down to energy. We talk about different types of energy in terms of calories, in terms of spiritual energy, but in the animal kingdom it really is energetics. And the more you sort of expend, the more you've got to recover. You don't want yourself to ever go into a deficit. I am intrigued to know how long this boy is going to sleep for. The birds occasionally wake him up. The rain will come up. But now it's very calm. It's turned into a really pleasant afternoon. Is it even afternoon yet? Yes, it is. But let's just sit for a moment or two and enjoy this lovely, peaceful moment. It was interesting spending time with the cheetahs at Amakhala, Pumalela and her cubs, because they were very much the apex predator on that particular territory of the reserve. And I think their behavior slightly changed. It adapted to the situation in that they hunted during the night a lot more than other cheetahs, for example, in the areas of Madikwe Wood. And that's because of the high density of other predators. Lions. There was a cheetah, just like I mentioned earlier, found not too far away. A male lion found not too far away. Hyenas are everywhere, both species. So you've got to adapt. You've got to fit into your environment. And if the best way for you to avoid encountering other predators and the best way for you to sort of survive and thrive here is to hunt during the day to avoid unwanted attention, and that's exactly what you'll do. Even although he's not doing very much, it is nice just to spend time with the cheetah. Jack, I can't answer if they like it, ha ha ha, but they will, yes. So normally you'll find cheetahs have an interesting social structure in that you will often find a mom, a female, always with her offspring. So once the female reaches sort of sexual maturity and goes off on her own from her own mother, she will then start to seek an area filled with good resources in order to get ready to mate with a nearby male and of course have her own offspring. So you'll very often find females with other cheetahs, but it will be her offspring. And she will do all the hunting normally until they get to a certain age. And then of course the cubs will try to assist with the hunting, and then once they get good at it they will all eat together until her cubs, her offspring, then go their independent lives. Now for males it's a little bit of a different strategy. You will find males can be part of a coalition, or you will find them being roamers or floaters, whatever term you want to use. And a coalition is normally made up of brothers, so they are related. That's unlike lions, who can be made up of strangers, if you like, that just meet and form a coalition. Or lions can also be made up of brothers and cousins and things like that. So really, cheetahs, you will always find brothers band together, or they can be alone. And if they're alone, they're not normally territorial as such. They're normally roamers and floaters, and they'll just go with the flow. So yes, they will hunt alone, and yes, they will also hunt in groups, which would be a coalition. And if there is a coalition of brothers, they normally sort of have equal position in the group. There may be one slightly dominant one at one point in time due to just health and physical condition, but generally there's not a hierarchy. And if you think of the Fast Five in the Masai Mara, they were very famous, epic coalition, and they did hunt together. They had an interesting dynamic because when you sort of go into the history of the Fast Five, if you like, there was a sort of clear hierarchy in that coalition of cheetahs, and the leadership was actually shared by two unrelated males in that coalition. Oh, fascinating. And you call this spatial tactics. So whether you're a territory holder or a floater who roams over vast areas, a home range, these are different spatial tactics in order to sort of survive in the area. Females utilize home ranges. Those that are territorial holders actively defend that territory, which is energetically exhausting. So I was just talking about energetics. To be a territorial holder, it eats up a lot of your energy budget. For leopards to go on territorial patrol, male leopards, it takes up about 25% of their energy budget, which they will have to recoup naturally. So some cheetahs may opt not to be territorial holders, and they will opt to just utilize a home range. Barefoot cheetahs can have up to 6 cubs. 6 little Cheetos. I don't know if you've ever seen a young cheetah, but they're very adorable. So they can actually have up to 6 cubs. But that is a lot. That is a lot of energy for the lactation process, and that is a lot of little mouths to feed. Whereas on average, I do believe it's between 2 to 3 cubs that you will see a mum cheetah have. And it's very often the case that not all cubs will make it. And that is, of course, a natural cycle of life. It's a very sad incident with the Juma clan that happened this morning. And as sad as it is for us to watch, we get very emotionally attached. I learned long ago in Juma that not every cub or pup or youngster is destined to make it in the natural world. Some will, some won't. So sometimes a mother cheetah can give birth to 6 cubs, but not all of them will survive past a certain point. I wish I could sleep sitting up like that. I'm very grateful that you can see him breathing, otherwise you might think he's a soft toy that we just put there. Kim, I also can't answer that question, I'm afraid. That's a very difficult question to answer, and we get asked it a lot. It depends on such a wide range of factors. When was the last meal? What was the last meal? Was it a scrub pear or was it a huge impala ram? How much energy did you expend? So it all boils down to that. Have you been running around the reserve, being chased by lions, or have you just slept all day and you're still relatively full from that big impala ram? So in most cases with predators, it is a life of feast and famine. Did you get your kill stolen after expending all that energy on it and you were about to start eating and a hyena came along and took it? So you're already in energy deficit there. Then you're going to need to hunt again pretty rapidly. Is it colder? Are you spending more energy trying to keep warm as a warm-blooded mammal? And you're going to be hungrier. Very often we eat more in winter, or that's how we justify it anyway. Oh, it's cold, I need to eat more. Because you are warm-blooded and your body temperature is maintained through your metabolism. So food is your fuel, really, when you're a human. And yes, it shouldn't be junk foods, but that's why we tend to want to eat a lot more in winter, because it makes you feel warmer. And yes, it actually is keeping you warm. So it's the same goes for species like the cheetah. It's very, very cold in winter and the temperatures drop way below zero here. You're going to need to eat. You're going to need to fuel your metabolism, fuel your body. So I really can't answer your question, Kim, unfortunately, but I would imagine if you have a big impala, then you may not need to eat for at least 4 or 5 days. But that is just a guess at the top of my head. It really depends on what activities you've been doing. If you go running every single day, you're going to need to eat more in order to maintain your energy levels, or you're going to start to go into a deficit. But if you don't run every day and you're just sort of sitting in a chair all day, then you're not going to need to eat more. It's exactly the same for organisms in the animal kingdom. They might snack on a small ground squirrel every day, and that might be enough. But it really is a life of feast or famine, and I can't stress that enough. Even with the scavengers, I was talking yesterday about how vultures have that crop, and they have it because they really don't know when their next meal is coming. When is it going to come? They don't know. So they have their own little food pouch. When's this cheetah's next meal coming? He doesn't know. He's got to hunt for it himself. He can't just go to the nearby shopping mall. That was very cute. Oh, that's very sweet. I still don't think he's going to move in a while. This is one sleepy cat, so as we watch him sleep and feel sleepy ourselves, we're going to send you guys back over to Alex and Mishatu.
Really has been a procession today, all over the show. Even in the water, but in the wallow. Really having a good Monday of it. so cool actually watching them all interact and come, because they all come together as little family groups almost. And they meet up, say hello, and then kind of frolic and mill about. So this all happens, and watching these interactions is really so endearing at times. You can see them there reaching their trunks out, saying hello. So we are just going to sit here and just enjoy the scenes as the Ellies come through and enjoy themselves this afternoon.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
Quite a bit of argy-bargy going on at the moment. I suppose there's always that one Ellie that decides this is my space and you're in it. Move on, friend. But the rest actually seem pretty relaxed, so good just to also just make sure we aren't missing out on what the others are up to just here on the right hand side. And again, we'll just sit and watch. Hi Zoe, definitely, they would notice that. They'll obviously communicate with that elephant where they are. But it does happen, and sometimes it might be, through other interventions. So maybe in areas where they are predated on by lions, that someone might get separated from the herd. Or also when there is darting or other human interference going on, that one or two might get separated from a herd, and that would mean that one or two might get lost. But there we go, we have some playing going on. It's always fun watching Ellie's play. So lots of ellies, and it seems like we've just kind of got a never-ending procession just coming through today. Kind of as this one group leaves, others decide to descend upon us. So we're just going to watch these ones here for now, because I do think they'll move across to the waterhole as well at some point. And obviously the hardy-dar. Lots of vocalizations though today. Normally they're quite quiet around here, but this is definitely the most vocal we've had them around, at least Mashatu. So it's quite cool just to note that as well, and also how vocal ellies can be. Definitely a day just to sit and watch them, hear what they are up to. And that kind of awkward squawk is the lilac-breasted roller. Hi John, so obviously there are not a number or many predators that will obviously take elephant or consider them a prey item. There are areas though where lions do that, and obviously humans are their biggest threat. It's also not maybe unheard of for a clan of hyena to maybe go after a young calf. What they will do in breeding herds, and if the bulls are around, they kind of corral everyone around almost in like a semicircle, so all the injured or smaller individuals get pushed to the center of that circle or semicircle, and the bigger, stronger females, bulls, will be right on the outside. So they almost create like a shield, and they shield everyone on the inside and then protect them from there. So you do see them bunch up and then either keep a very watchful eye, or they even charge in towards that threat as well. So that would generally be a matriarch and maybe one or two of the other siblings, or maybe one of the other females that might be in a breeding herd, and they'll kind of come barreling down. There's definitely not much that would even consider taking a big bull ellie, because wherever you are, you're probably going to be squashed and not really enjoy life too much after that if you do survive. But I hope that does answer your question. So really just special scenes here on a Monday. Just being able to enjoy our time with these ellies. It's something that we intend on doing for a little moment because they are really treating us. So it's really been quite cool to see how deep that wallow has become just throughout the course of today, and the amount of elephant that have come through and wallowed there. It really is getting deeper and deeper by the second. Again, I was saying earlier, we're hoping for someone to open up that moat there and for it to fill up, so for some of that water to kind of be allowed to enter there again. It does look like that is kind of getting towards what is going to happen. But just good to watch and see how it all goes on. And see how these ellies can mold landscape. Hi Lulu, I think the one that I can really think of that not many animals do take is the wild mango. I think the only really baboons that every now and then would take that, maybe the odd inyala, maybe kudu, but from what I know it's generally avoided. So I would think that that would probably be the one fruit that Ellie would definitely not want to take or eat many of. As far as I'm aware, wild mango is probably the fruit that is most widely avoided by a lot of wildlife. Hi, Ronnie. Good question. And because ellies eat a lot and they have very rudimentary digestive systems, they spend about 80% of their day eating. But obviously there will be areas and times of drought. And it wouldn't necessarily be that long that an ellie would be able to survive before they deteriorated quite well. But I'd think around 5 days or so would probably be maximum that an ellie would be able to push itself without eating adequately. But that would cause severe damage to that elephant. I will double check and make sure of that, Ronnie. So it's great seeing these ellies interact and immerse themselves in the mud and in the watering holes. And with that being said, it's also time for me to let you know that it is obviously an interactive and immersive experience for all of you, as well as it being your live safari. So please do send through any questions, comments, things you might have noted, things you might want to chat with us about. We love to answer your questions, and we love to chat about all these things in the African wilderness. But I do have some interesting things coming through on the Juma feed, and I do want to shoot across there and see what the ellies are up to in Juma. So as you can see, we have this wonderful herd, big numbers coming through here in Juma, and it is starting to get quite hot as well here in the Lowveld. We can see a big bull trailing them. So I do want to make sure we have as much action as possible going on, because there's a few different wallowing spaces. You can see the size difference of that bull coming through right at the back there as well, but lots of little ones. And I do think they might even swim. So I'm going to try and pan across quickly. See the little warthog there. And from what I could see, there were some inyala around. So if we do see them, we'll obviously include them. And there's a hoopoe calling as well. So these ellies love to come through. I'm just going to leave us over here because I'm hoping that the ellies actually get in and swim, maybe more of the younger ones. But great to be in Juma. We haven't been here yet today. It's always good to mix up where we are and show you what else is going on in the different parts and different locations that we do come to you from. But also just to get a size and scope on how big this herd is that came through. It's definitely the biggest herd we've seen so far today, although we've had lots of ellies up in Shatu. In terms of numbers, this will be the biggest. Sorry, Ben, I just want to get confirmation of what you asked there. Yes, Ben, so, I mean, they kind of have quite long tails, but some, like we've been seeing up in Etosha, have actually had less hairy tail. So I'll actually zoom in because relatively I think it's quite a long tail. But I suppose it is up to interpretation. I mean, there you can see the length of one of their tails, and there you can see the bull and the size of the bull. And you can also make out the hair on the tails as well. So what's been quite interesting is there have been a few bulls around in Natasha that have lacked hair. And I don't know why that is the case, but it's something that I've noticed and I've been mentioning about. But here's another way to show you, and we can also just see some of the youngsters getting involved in the water itself too. So I suppose, like I said to you, it is kind of up to your interpretation as to what you think is a long or short tail, but for me I find that quite a long tail. I do just want to see this interaction with the big bull. I have a feeling that these guys might go back towards the mud wallow now. It doesn't look like anyone's really gonna get in the water other than this young one, but you can see them there interacting with the bull, and you can also see the size difference of the bull compared to the cows. So he is really big, sniffing, smelling. Using a lot of their other senses, so they obviously use a lot of sensory communication, and that's sniffing and smelling of pheromones, and the rest is one way that they communicate. But he does tower above them. I mean, his eyes are basically at the height of those females' heads. Very, very big. Great hearing the hoopoo in the background as well. Cool sound. You can see them raising their trunks up to the bull, sniffing, checking in. There's a grey-headed bushshrike as well, that kind of shrieky sound that's going on. Not this, but the other. Also throwing his weight around. So I do think these ellies are going back towards their mud wallow on this side as well. But just cool to see how they interact with this bull. It seems he's going for a drink, but I do just want to follow the herd. I have a feeling they are going to go and wallow or spray themselves in the mud. It does seem that that's where they are heading. So I'm just going to sit and watch them because they will get rather boisterous and playful around here too. So it'll be cool just watching what goes on. We can see the Egyptian goose family and the little goslings as well, how much bigger they've got. So those goslings really have grown.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, We see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So we are just trying to watch some of these young calves, and also the other ellies just mudding up for the afternoon. I'm sure it's going to be pretty humid and hot, but just fun seeing calves and them also just being so playful. Hi Nana, and sometimes it's hard to tell, although it will obviously be sometimes a show of strength, or if they are actually interested in eating off the top of those trees. Sometimes they run through them and bash through them too, though, when they're fighting, so it could be a number of different things, but obviously, as you alluded to, they do push them over. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because it does help also create other little homes for smaller mammals or insects or reptiles. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but obviously it can be detrimental when there are lots of ellies in an area and they are going after a certain type of tree or very big trees that are obviously used as nesting sites for other birds, or in particular vultures in some areas as well. It's something to monitor, but it's not necessarily a bad thing when it is unchecked and the ellies have enough space to roam. So it does help, and it helps keep the ecosystem healthy. But it could also be a sign of strength that sometimes, look at me, I'm this strong. Or obviously when they want to access the resources on that tree, so for food, or even some of the fruits, so some of the leaves as well, but generally obviously if they are hungry. And also adolescence, or maybe a rush of blood to the head, testosterone. Some of the explanations, although obviously it's again circumstantial. The seem to all be disappearing off the way they came, which is quite funny because sometimes they kind of go the opposite direction. So we're going to try and track them for as long as possible. See where they go off to, but it looks like they're going into the thickets here. Clearly it's time to feed. There's the odd one or two still hanging around, making the most of their time around the mud wallows. Hi Eddie, so when they are raising those trunks up, sometimes it is for communication. Obviously, sometimes it's when they're using those trunks to smell and sniff out what is around. So they don't necessarily have the best eyesight, and their hearing and their sense of smell is obviously far better. So sometimes it is a sign that they are sniffing and smelling what is going on. Other times it is also for communication as well. It looks like these two young ones are going to have a fight. That's always fun watching that as well. Practicing for the big and the real deal. The big showdowns that might happen. That is rather hectic to watch. But yeah, when they do have their trunks up, sometimes it's also, you know, if they've been spooked or if they are unhappy and they might have been trumpeting. You might see Ellies do that and they hold their heads up real high and kind of look down at you. Almost like an angry headmaster or headmistress. It'll be interesting to see if that big bull decides to also push on back this way as well, because bulls will generally trail these breeding herds. They hang back a bit, so it'll be interesting just to watch what his movements are as well. But these two young bulls over here are definitely getting stuck in the mud and playing. And another one that looks like it's keen on joining too, so we'll just keep an eye on what is going on, where they're dispersed to, and then we'll keep an eye on where the bull goes, provided he doesn't move off into the thicket before that. That's a very awesome question, Amort, and we will generally tell through their temporal glands or lobes on their heads. The more indented, obviously, that would lean towards them being far older than Ellie, at least. Obviously, their size, their body conditions, condition of their trunks, tusks, and if they were sedated or we were able to see in their mouths how worn down their molars would be. But Ellies also have 6 changes of molars in their lives, and after their 6th change, when those get worn down, that is when their body and condition can deteriorate, and that oftentimes leads to old age and death during old age. not too happy at all, someone around there. So I'm just going to come back out and just make sure we can see where the ellies have gone. Still one or two here in the wallow. I do just want to make sure that we keep a track of where the bull went. We do have our warthog as well, so maybe we'll spend some time with the warthog if we don't see the bull. We haven't spent too much time with the warthogs today. Also be cool to see if Dewey the hippo is around. I haven't seen any signs of him yet though. But there's our bull, and he's actually very impressive. So I'm going to zoom in on him, spend some time. Really big bull. Can hear the bee eaters again. Hi Ian, so we generally look to see how placid or how elongated their trunk is, and if it's actually resting, to see if they are sleeping. I mean, this ellie is definitely taking it easy and resting. He's obviously also enjoying the water as well. So generally when they are sleeping is when they are either leaning up against different trees and that as well, sometimes against each other, sometimes they sleep on their sides as well. But when they are standing up and sleeping, we see that their trunk is kind of just lucid and almost like rests on the floor. So they kind of folded a little bit. And you'll often see that when they have been, and if you're tracking them on foot, or if you are walking ellies on foot and you're looking for the sign of a sleeping ellie, you'll notice that you'll see the fore spur and then obviously that trunk then resting on the ground and that little part of it. So at the moment this ellie is still quite active, obviously drinking as we can see, but definitely taking it easy. If we do see one that is sleeping, or if he does decide to sleep, I'll definitely point it out for you though. Sometimes they also rest their trunks on their tusks as well. Obviously being a very heavy organ and muscle, sometimes it's easier and fun just to rest your trunk on your tusk. Got a very relaxed bull right here. I think if he was to fall asleep, he'd probably suck up some water. He probably wouldn't enjoy that either. Probably get a bit of a fright. Also, what is interesting is their tails also don't move around too much when they are sleeping as well. So he's definitely resting, but I don't think sleeping just yet. To have that Natal spur file in the background as well. But just going to be chilling with this bull for now because that breeding herd did push off into the thicker vegetation. And this is really, it's just quite cool just watching this ellie just chill out and relax. Hoping we might get him in the water swimming maybe. Beggars can't be choosers, and we'll take what we do get from him. It's just really cool just to watch him just go about his business around the water. It does seem like he's trying to nod off, but he's well aware that his trunk is right there by the water too, so it's almost like he's dozing and then figures out, oh no, the water is right here in front of me. Maybe not a good idea to fall asleep just yet. It's kind of like he allows himself to shut off for a second or so before reminding himself, oh wait, there's water here. I'm not too sure if I want it in my trunk while I sleep. See, every time his trunk is lucid and kind of hits the water, he lifts it back up again or sniffs around. So very close to sleep, but I don't think quite asleep. So he's back at it and cruising around the side of the dam. So I don't think he's going to get into the water and swim just yet. We'll just keep an eye on him and just watch what he's up to. Otherwise we'll try and see if that warthog's still around. I'm going to spend some time with the warthog. It looks like he's up onto the road and probably into the thicket itself. Feeding now. We'll zoom in and watch him eat for a second. So I do think he's going to start to disappear into here. And we won't get the best view of him. So I'm going to try and see if we can't find the warthog. See where he's gone. Now that the other ellies at least have pushed off. So he was right here, but I have a feeling he might have gone into the wallow that is just off this drainage line here. Does look like that is the case. So I don't think we're going to see him. But maybe with this ellie pushing through the thicker stuff, that those Inyala might actually get pushed back down to the open here. They did move off into the thicker things once that big breeding herd came through. I'm just keeping my eyes and just scanning. the moment as to what is going on. So it does seem like our ellies are pushing on off into the yonder, into those greener thickets. We might see them again later, but at the moment it's time for us to bid them farewell and for us to bid Okakuyo hello. So we did just have quite a number of zebra come through. We can see them walking off into the distance, but I just wanted to show everyone that yes, indeed, the zebra have been around today. And the action is kind of getting hotter here in Etosha. So I'm hoping we do start to see those numbers of zebra increase. But good to know that they have been around at least today. And I do think we're going to be seeing more and more of them. So I'm just scanning around just to make sure we don't miss any of the other zebra that might be in the area. As we did note, we have been seeing large numbers of them recently. And I do think we will have quite a few more at some point this afternoon as well. And these zebs seem to be pushing on off. So watch them move off and these Springbok move in. As well as that sound of those Cape crows as well. Let's just sit here and we'll watch as the zebra decide to push on off. Maybe they'll come back in, but it does look like there might be one or two that are up on those peripheries up there on the right hand side of us that are more interested in coming through. So I'm just going to sit here for now because I do need to be a bit patient at times. There's our acacia pied barbet. So it looks like just through the thickets there's some more action. So let's just sit back here and we're just going to have to sit and wait, unfortunately, for someone to come and join us. Looks like everyone seems to be deserting us at the moment. Probably lunch break across the bushveld. We do have these springboks. We're going to sit here with the springbok. Hopefully the zebra will come back down and join us. So we're going to sit here, just be a little bit patient and wait for some of our other friends to come and join us. But in the meantime, we're off to Lauren and her cheetah.
We are also patiently waiting here at Madikwe. Every now and then we get a head movement, but really this is a very sleepy cheetah. So it just shows you they're not always active during the day, even though they are classified as diurnal. This one is just resting, making me feel sleepy. Unbelievable how he just blends in. That will change a little bit with the summer landscape. The lush green sort of emerald that's going to take over this landscape once we get a lot more rain. He won't blend in as well. He very much blends into the winter, monotonous, dry landscape. Fiona, me too. I am starting to feel genuinely sleepy just watching this cat sleep, taking a big cat nap. So me too. I think it's very sweet to watch animals sleep sometimes. I like watching animals sleep and be near water. Those are the two things that I very much relate to. water and sleep. I love my sleep. But escape to nature is all about letting the nature come to you. And we did check 2 pans and no such luck. It's cold. I put on shorts and I deeply regret it. And damp, overcast. So all the animals are probably feeling the exact same.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
Is that the rain I hear again? Yes, the rain is back on. Very, very lightly. You can just gently hear it tapping on the roof. The whole reserve smell is different. It's got that wet, organic, earthy smell of the first rains, petrichor. I'm sure you all know that smell I'm describing. Hello. You hear that car going past, don't you? Craig, I think that question was, why do I think people mistake leopards for cheetah? I'm not sure, but I don't know why people mistake them. I don't, but obviously to people that are possibly not familiar with wildlife, or at least sort of African wildlife, they do have a similar coloration, I guess. I mean, that's sort of light beigey tawny color, although there is a spectrum. Some leopards can be really orangey. They can sort of have orange hues. Some can be really golden, almost yellow, and then some can be very pale. I guess the same goes for cheetahs. They do have spotty markings, although a cheetah has spots and a leopard has more rosettes. They still are sort of spotty markings. I guess it's just how familiar you are with animals. I think if you're used to identifying the difference between species at a young age, or you have lots of experience, then it's probably very difficult to think how people might get muddled up with them. But if you're really, really not familiar, then I guess there are some similarities between them. They're more similar than the likes of a cheetah and a lion. So I'm guessing that's why people maybe get muddled up between the two of them. But it's hard to say what another person perceives, really. I've heard some people get muddled up between hyena and wild dog. So that one's a little bit trickier. But I'm guessing it's to do with the coloration, the fact that they're both cats, they're both felids, they do have a spotty pattern, and they are both found in very similar habitats and environments. But to me, I really do think they're incredibly different. And straight away, even if you can't see the face, can't see those tear marks, they just have such a different physique. Leopards are so much, even the most petite, dainty little leopards like Tlalamba are very stocky and far more muscular, with a heavy set skull, heavy shoulder blades, much bigger teeth than a cheetah that is so long, tall, slender. Okay, I'm not sure this boy is going to move anywhere today at all. I think today is the day of rest for a cheetah. But we are going to send you guys all the way to the Eastern Cape to Andrew and Amakala.
Okay, so we've just managed to find a nice big group of black wildebeest. Here on, what area am I on now? We are close to Shelduck Pan, opposite Bushman's Grave. I mean, it's we had a localized storm this morning, so yeah, about 2 hours ago, or 2.5 hours ago, it was completely raining here, but you would never say. It's now turned out to be at least 32 degrees. And I often look at these wildebeests and I think, why not go to the shade? Because they are black in color and they are standing right in the middle of the sun. But they do have their own way of cooling down. And they would rather be in the dead open than go into areas where there's too much bush, because they're going to definitely get caught by something if that's the case at some stage. This is a breeding group, so definitely a sort of like a family group or a breeding group. They will produce calves at some point. I don't see any young calves at the moment, which is quite a surprise to me. Now if you look carefully at their horns are very different to that of blue wildebeest. So the horns will bend down and then bend up to the front of the face, whereas the blue wildebeest, it's more like almost like cow horns, if you will. They sort of come out from the sides and then they loop up towards the sky. These ones bend forward, almost like ramming horns. Julia, good afternoon. And they are most definitely very different to blue wildebeest. And if you have a look, they've got a beautiful white tail. See that? And Ralph was just touching base about animals and their tails this morning. And he said that the zebras have got the efficient fly swatting tail. If you have a look at the black wildebeest, they've also got a very impressive fly swatting tail. But I forgot to mention also Springbok or oryx. They've also got quite a spectacular horse-like tail. But they do use their tails as following mechanisms. So when they're running away, they would like to stay as a group and rejoin as a group. And the way they do that is to flick their tails about when running, and then each individual within this group is able to see that tail, and they stay as a group. If one of these gets singled out or becomes solitary during a chase and gets sort of excluded from the group, it will most definitely be a target. So they try their best just to stay as a group. So very interesting collective noun when it comes to wildebeest. Black wildebeest is the implausibility of wildebeest. Implausibility. You can see some of them are scratching their hoofs on the ground, kicking up some dust. They often do this just before they lie down. Then territorial males will definitely scratch the ground with their hoof, because they've got a gland called the interdigital gland between the hooves. And they've also got a gland on their face just beneath the eye called the preorbital gland. It's actually quite a good idea, if you look at the wildebeest, and that goes with both species, to have a well-developed tail, because in the nature, and we often find that parasites are attracted to dark-colored animals. They usually get covered in parasites. If you look at buffalo, they're absolutely covered. But then animals that are a bit more lighter in color tend to have less parasites on them. So the tail, just to swat the parasites off the body, like mosquitoes and flies and things, but then also to keep those parasites in flight for those that are flying, because the theory is if a parasite is flying, it can't bite you because it's in flight, but the minute it rests on the body, it's able to bite. So rather just have a nice heavy duty tail, you swat it around a bit, and all those flying parasites, they can't land, and therefore the wildebeest theoretically won't get bitten. They're often flicking their tail. So I've driven about 90% of the roads, maybe 95% of the roads here on Amakhala, and I can promise you there are lots of wildebeest skulls scattered throughout the reserve. And definitely when it comes to lions and their hunts, they do seem to enjoy wildebeest very much. There's also quite a few kudu skulls on the reserve. It's a beautiful scene just to watch them. It's really spectacular here. Hi there, Jean-Ray. Sorry, if I'm getting the question correctly, do the black wildebeest participate in migrations? Maybe historically they did, but now, no, they do not. But perhaps historically, and something we have noticed about the wildlife is that before humans came about and populated the area with roads and fence lines and things like that, there's a good portion of the wildlife would have been natural migrants, and that includes elephants. Even the territorial animals like lion, leopard, if there was no food within the area, perhaps those animals migrated out. You'd find that even the leopard and lions would have changed their territories. But now, with all the reserves and so on, and national roads and things like that, no more migration. And I don't think blue wildebeest or black wildebeest are participants in migration. Although they can home range over very large distances. And every now and then you hear them make these sounds. That's gnu, gnu. And that's how they got their original name, the white-tailed gnu. And then the blue wildebeest was actually the brindled gnu. Okay, we are going to push on just a little bit, but I believe Alex has found some elephants, so let's head off to Mashatu.
Thanks, Andrew, and great to see those black wildebeest. And we are here with our Ellie parade continuing. I do hope they hang around for us because we've had such an awesome day with Ellies already. And really always special up here. I do really love it. It drips and drabs and parading throughout the whole day really. Lots of Ellies in the area. I love that sound of them pushing the water down their throats. It really is so cool. Just making sure that I haven't missed anybody. Some of them are a little bit further away and some have obviously snuck through on the left hand side of us. But from big to small we seem to have an entire array of them around here. Did note that there are a lot of young ones in Juma though. They seem a little younger than the ones here at least. Or at least the ones that we've been seeing. There's also this little wallow that's here towards the left of us. So good just to note where the Ellies are spending the majority of their time. I do want to make sure that I don't miss any of them, especially if they are close. So I think we'll just pan here. There's some warthog walking through as well into that wallow, and it'll be interesting to see if they actually do create that moat through so that the rest of the water gets into the wallow as well, because it really has got quite deep throughout the day. All the Ellies going there and splashing themselves with mud. So I'm just going to leave us here and we can just watch and see what goes on. Does seem like the one calf over there is taking some milk. Lots. Ooh, let's just watch this. Not too happy to be around everyone. Seems to be the most temperamental of the bunch at the moment. There we go. Clearly voicing dissatisfaction. Kind of like a please just move out of my way. Very abrupt and obviously curt. It does seem to be quite overcast at the moment as well. I'm sure very hot but overcast. But it did clear up a bit earlier. But it does seem that the sun is currently behind some clouds. Hi Kariega, and that really does depend on the area we are in. Here in Mashatu, the tusks on these ellies are actually quite small compared or relatively to other ellies. And in Madikwe, for example, the tusks are quite brittle and they break. And that has got to do with the vegetation and nutrition in Madikwe. But in the Kruger, we do get some rather large tusked individuals. And there's one actually on Pridelands, if we're lucky enough to ever see him. I think his name is Ezulwini. And he's a real big tusker. And they used to obviously have the Magnificent 7. And I think there's actually currently the Magnificent 12 that are found in the area. But some of the biggest tuskers are also found up in Tsavo in Kenya. And I will get a gauge on how big some of these are. But as I said, it does happen in certain areas. And there have been in certain areas where they've been affected by poaching, and that where ellies have actually kind of stopped growing tusks. But I'll get you a figure on what the longest ellie tusks were. That'll give you a gauge. So the longest tusks were 3.5 meters in length, and they weighed around 120 kgs. That was the heaviest tusk ever recorded, 120 kgs, and the longest tusk being 3.5 meters. So obviously, over time, we have lost a lot of those ellies, but some of the genetics still are prevalent. And as I said, up in Tsavo, this is probably where some of the greatest tuskers live currently, but there are some real big tuskers still in the Kruger, and there are roughly 12 of them at the moment, with one of them being present on and does visit Pridelands quite frequently, so you should keep a lookout when we are at Pridelands, because he is around.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariega Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
One, two, three,
So lots
four,
going on.
five,
Definitely
6, 7, 8,
had
9.
Ellie's dominator in Mshatu today around the waterhole. It's really been quite fun having them always coming through and parading. Of course, just adapting that waterhole, the mud wallow right in the back there. It's really grown quite substantially over the last day. That's obviously due to all the activity we've had with the Ellies. Never-ending procession of Ellies today. Really quite cool. It really does actually give us scope as to how many Ellies are in the area. So as I examine how many different Ellies or pockets of Ellies come through, it's time for us to go and say hello to Ralph in Kariega.
Well, I've been sitting here with these buffalo. They've been wallowing in the mud. It was absolutely awesome. Now you can see how they're all nicely sheened up. And a little bit earlier, we had what we call in South Africa a monkey's wedding day, because it was, what do they call it? A sun shower. The sun was out, but it was raining at the same time. Now in South Africa we call it a monkey's wedding day. Where that comes from, I don't know. But it seems like it is with mythology, and it has come down passed down through the ages. Apparently in the 1700s there was some kind of French play that was made about sun showers, and in different parts of the world you call it different things. In South Africa we call it a monkey's wedding day, and they say it's to do with tricksters and having weddings. Now the Afrikaans people in South Africa also call it a jakkalstrou, which means a jackal's wedding, and I'm pretty sure that in America they say that the devil is beating his wife. Now wherever you are in the world, what do you call it when you have a sun shower? The sun's out, but the rain is falling. We call it a monkey's wedding day, and that's what today was. That one is all caked in mud. And I must say, there's also, I'm just going to zoom out a bit, because I want to show you this whole herd that were all a part of the monkey's wedding day, because there are some new additions. Brand new tiny little buffalo. I'll just move across nice and slowly. Wind's getting up a little bit, so excuse me if there's any bumps. But it is a nice big herd that was here wallowing. They're all moving off now. They seem to have had their day at the spa. There's some just stragglers, the ones at the back here that I was watching now. Nice big herd, and there are some only a few day old calves in amongst them there. Let's see if we can get a bit closer, maybe we'll see them. There's one, even drinking from mum. Tiny little things. There's two, another one on the right. See how they're a lot more furry and light brown colored. How cute is that? It's scratching its bum on mum. That is precious. So that was probably their first monkey's wedding day. Or jakkalstrou. Nice big herd this, and some of them have got really nice big horns as well. Jerry, so you call it a sun shower, Botswana. Huh. Yeah. It's interesting. Different parts of the world call it different things, but that sort of mythology story seems all originates from a trickster, and I do believe that the South African version of a monkey's wedding day is a derivative of Zulu, and I forget how to say it in Zulu, but it is directly translated into English as a monkey's wedding day. we'll just band it up a little bit around that little calf. But a lovely spa day on the monkey's wedding day for the buffalo. I think in Britain there's something about foxes, a fox's wedding day. But if you say a monkey's wedding day in Britain, everybody looks at you as if you're mad. But ask a South African to tell you why it's called a monkey's wedding day, and I bet you there's not many people that know. I'm yet to find one. The only one that I've heard that is close enough is somebody saying that it's madness having rain when the sun is out. Mr. Cenac jumping on board as per usual. Those little buffalo, I would say maximum 3 to 4 days old. Thanks for your question. There's some that are slightly older, maybe they're just over a week. There's about 4 of them. Tiny little babies. So the herd is growing. So we had enough talk of death earlier. Now we can talk about the new life. And what a better way to end the show than the buffalo having a spa with their new little babies on a monkey's wedding day. You wouldn't believe it. We really get 4 seasons in one day. Cloudburst earlier. Wind came through. The wind is still blowing a little bit. Very grey. Now the sun is out. It's hot again. The buffalo have been enjoying the mud, and you wouldn't know that it was raining earlier. As the buffalo leave and meander out into their realm. I like to call them the orcs of the bush. The last time I counted there was about 30 of them, but I think there's more here. Maybe more like 40 now. Heather, thanks for jumping on board with us and enjoying escaping to nature. I've been in and out. I was apart earlier, then I got rained on and I had to disappear, and then came back down to this surprise with the buffalo gracing me with their presence. Fabulous. You never know what the bush is going to throw at you. Always awesome. Well, I'll be here again tomorrow, and just after this there will be, I'm pretty sure, Penguin Beach, and then later on there will also be the Sunset Safari. So there's Plenty more viewing to be had. Don't go anywhere. Right, so it is confirmed. There is Penguin Beach coming early after the show, and then later on the Sunset Safari. What are the penguins going to be up to in Cape Town? And what is the bush going to throw at us for the Sunset Safari? Well, if you want to find out, you'll have to stay tuned. I always have to say thank you to everybody, the stars of the show, the wildlife that always show up. And remember that this is all live. So thanks for watching, folks, and thanks to all the teams. Everybody's been doing their bit wherever they have been. But the animals are always very special. So that's it from me. We'll see you again later. Bye for now.